We do be early, though. Happy Friday. Hello. Yep, we are starting early. Why? Because my internet's getting worked on again, apparently. I know. Yeah, so we checked with the I checked with the ISP, and apparently it's going to be worked on again at midnight again. They're apparently doing work from midnight to 6 a.m. where they think that some people are offline. Well, guess what? Some of us are not. Bastards. Don't my ISP. Neon! Hi, friend. Thank you for the biddies. Hi, friendo. Why would they work on it? I think it's just this very short time. There must be something going on. Yeah, it's not all the time. It was just last stream and this one. Yeah. Don't they know not everyone sleeps? And on a weekend. Right. I've got to rely on my crappy cell service. What is this? That's all right. First world problems. That's okay. But welcome in, guys. This is going to be the last stream for a week. The wife and I, the reason it's for a week is because the wife and I are going away with a friend. Kill, you definitely don't know what the hell sleep is. Hi, Mr. Kill. Hi, Len Walrus. Thank you for the 550 biddies. Thank you, friend. Sparkle, thank you for the 69 bits, by the way. Giggity. Oh, yes. We're starting early. Oh! So I didn't get it while we were online right now, but I did get it. You know what I'm saying. You're picking up what I'm putting down. I got it. It's past midnight. Oh, for you. Halogen, it is for you. Oh, my God. Ay. Should be asleep now. Oh, my God. Neon. You have work in 6 hours. Why are you here, Neon? Go to bed. Himawari, hello, friend. Oh, my goodness. How are y'all doing? It's like I need the middle ground between those two. That's okay. This might be a little bit loud, but it's all right. We're jamming. It's fine. Yeah. The wife and I are going. Her best friend is turning 40. So big birthday, hurrah! We're going away with them for a couple days. Yeah. Jay Finley, welcome in. I don't work. I have all the time in the world. Fair play. Guess who started to play Phasmo for the first time? Oh, Gamer Wolf. Did you really? Did you like it? What did you think? I mean, you've probably seen enough of the friends playing it. Oh, Himawari, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for the sub, friend. Welcome in, guys. I know we're early. I normally don't go live for an extra like 45 minutes, but my internet is going to be down at midnight. So I wanted to make sure plenty of playing time tonight. Yes. So not my specific internet, not my house, my neighborhood. Like my entire neighborhood is down at midnight. What they think they are, some sort of midnight society or something? Mr. Tom, how are you, my friend? How was the rest of your stream earlier? I was lurking when I could. Hey, Super. Razor! Think of a 12-month prime, dude. 12 months. Tommy Tom, how was the system? So as a official creator, Mr. Tom, I'm so freaking happy he is, by the way. Tom, you had access. Okay, I was going to say, you did the beta earlier, and you said it was good. So we actually get to play single player today, guys. We get to play single player today. This is the first time I get to play single player. Legit. What's up, Milk? Welcome in. Gamer Wolf. Excuse the living crap out of you. This is a starting screen. What in the absolute F? Hi, Cow. Holy shit, dude. 32 months, Cow. Oh, my God. And Ash, thank you for 3 months at tier 1. You're willing to commit yourself 3 months to me? Are you sure? You sure about that? Sure about that? Rather see hear the opinions? Fair enough. I would probably do the same, Tom. I would probably do the same. Oh, you freaking guys, man. You guys. It's been a wee bit. How are you, Mr. Cow? Always good to see you, friend. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Vars, thank you for the bits. DJ, thank you for the prime stab. Stab, stab. Thank you for the 3 months. Hi, friend. Hi, Hales. How are you? All these amazing friends. Love Phasmo. Well, today's Phasmo, I'm excited for. We have the update that has happened as of recent, but we have access. Oh, the sound caught me off guard on this screen. Thank you for getting a pint glass. I love that glass. I will say it every time. That's one of my favorite glasses upstairs. I'm feeling a lot better, Stab. A lot better. Even when I started feeling better, my stomach wasn't feeling that great, but now I'm getting more to a sense of normalcy. Yeah. So it's a lot better. Pint. Oh my God. Hi, Roxy. How are you, friend? Roxy, how are things going? Don't you ill me. Get out of here. Thank you, Logie. Yeah, doing a lot better. A lot better. Vars, it's good to see you. Exhausted? I understand. I totally get. But I hope that it's going well. Big life stuff happening, you know? PA, thank you for the 10 months. Love the content. Thank you so much. Camping when moving is not recommended. Will not camp when moving. I don't want to move at anytime soon, but I do. No camping. It's funny because my wife was just talking about wanting to go on some camping trip. I'm like, I don't think you know who we are. We ain't the camping type. That's not us. No. You love camp? I would be a glamper for sure. Nope, I'm good. Cave dwelling troll. Right here. Izu, hello, friend. Wait a minute. Hold on. All right, Izu, I have a question for you. Flash doesn't even camp hooks. Listen. They keep talking about me playing DBD again. They need to relax. Thank you guys for the hype train. Jesus Christ. Level 6. Me. Yes, you. Yes, you. Are you okay with me showing the art piece that you made on stream? Are you okay with that? I need central air. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I need air. I'm such a baby. Yes? I got to show you guys. It's so good. Rayla, hello, friend. Olive, oh, hey, how are ya? Eat more. Thank you for the 16 months. What's the song for the background? Do exclamation point song. Exclamation point song. All right, let me load up Phas while all these things are happening. Yeah? I'll show you guys. When we switch screens, I'll show you. If you haven't seen it in the Discord yet, I'll show you. It's wonderful. It is wonderful. It is so good. It is so good. Court, oh, hey, how are you? Hey, how are you doing? How's everything going, Court? Dude, there's so many people that have so many big life things happening right now. Court did. Roxy did. Rocco, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you, friend. Newborns aren't for the weak. True. It's one of those things, you know, It's one of those things where, you know, not every one of them is the same. So someone giving advice is obviously like, this is what I've experienced, but by golly, Jim, they are definitely not the same. And you figure out what works, not only for them, but for you, the mixture combined. You figure out what works, you know? Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. We've had easier times with kiddos and some harder times. Yeah, for sure. I have friends that have had 0 hard times. They're like, oh, our babies were perfectly silent until they were 18 and then they left. We don't have that. Love taking care of newborns. Aw. Hey, Rose, how are you? They forgot to cut the cord with this one. What? Wait, like literally forgot? Hey, JC. Oh, okay. Expression. Got it. I thought you were being literal. I was like, what the f? It's like, damn, that's an experience. I mean, I can't relate to this at all. Not familiar with nor sleep. Oh my God, Grizzly. Holy moly. I appreciate you guys tuning in early. Hi, friends. We're early. I know. Oh, no, it's okay, Highland. Yeah, we had gotten rid of that command just because it was very spammy. The delayed cord cutting is what I was thinking. Your wife has it harder than you, Flash. She has one more kid to look after. Hey. I think he's talking about me. Struggling with The Sims? I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, if you talk to Chiba, he would say that cats are the same thing as taking care of children. I'm fairly certain that's what he would say. I could be wrong here. Cats are my children. Yeah. And that's fair. That's totally fine. That's fair. X for doubt.
Welcome back.
All right. There's not going to be any, listen, we're not going to have any visual like differences with this beta, but it is audio. So what I'm testing today is I am testing the new voice chat system that is going into Phasmo. Stuffed Doggo, I do. She's upstairs. Mrs. Josie lounging around. So, Phasmophobia, if you read the command there, is switching over to a Vivox voice chat system. So the whole point of it is to make it better. It's supposed to be a better system, better quality. It's supposed to be more dependable, noise suppression, echo cancellation. One of the other things that this does allows us to play in single player and the ghost can hear me. When was the last time we remember that being a thing? So now I don't have to make a multiplayer lobby to play by myself. That sounds so depressing to say out loud, especially with those sentences back to back. But still, besides the point, I can make a single player lobby and the ghost can hear me so I can still yokai test. It's been 84 years. Hi, Anna. What do you mean? So previously, if I were to go last episode, if I were to go into the game, whatever map, Tanglewood, single player, not the beta, the current version, the current public version that's in the game right now. If I go to Tanglewood in single player and I start open mic talking to the ghost, it can't hear me. In the last episode, yeah, But with it being updated, it's fixed. You can, and we're going to test it. Because I'm just going to run in here and we're going to go into a lobby. Or I'm going to go into one of the maps. I'll go into Tangle. We'll make the ghost hunt. And then I will just jibber jabber and let the ghost get us. It's in beta. It's in beta. So they're allowing us to test it out. Yeah. Flash in a post-game lobby asking the ghost, so can you hear me okay? How about now? How about now? Is this good? Can you hear that okay? So it'll be better when it's public, like we can be able to test it more, as in we can play with friendos and all that jazz. But as of now, I could hook up with a couple of the official creators like Tom or like Mel. Yeah. Gamer Kid, hello. Surprised moving so fast, testing more features after being. I think one of the big reasons, Sorrow, this, to me, like, I think it's an important step for them, but I don't think it's one that is as, I don't know, because I think it is demanding, because there's a lot of testing you got to do, but that's what this beta's for, right? I think that they understand that things need to move. They're hiring more people as we speak. They know that we got to go. Yeah. Flash about to smash in the door, start swearing profane. I would never do such a thing, Dave. How dare you? How dare? I'm a respectable ghost hunter. Don't cut to me cursing at the ghost. Just get to it, you piece of shit. Oh, and we have the patch. Oh yeah. And we have the patch to look over real quick. We also have the patch. There was a patch. Michaela, hello. CJ mentioned on the stream the other day that they have some new people still doing. Yeah. Yep. They're still hiring. They're not done. There's a page. If you go to their main page, you can actually see what they're hiring for. Let's see. Battle Corgi, how are you? Hi, friend. I'm just pulling up a couple things before we get cracking here. I need changelog. There we go. Let me pull this up on Strimstram so we can take a look at the changes together and then get moving. Oh, and the picture. Oh, I wanted to show you that. So I have two things to show you, because Izzy freaking made something really cool that was not asked about anything. It was just freaking kindness of their heart, made something super freaking awesome. So you can get a better look at this. You can get a better look at this in the Discord, but look at this shit. Remember when we were talking about the whole idea about merch? And we were just discussing the idea, because I was talking to Fate about making a merch shirt about the plushies and then including me in it. Look how good this is. I'm baffled. I'm blown away with how good this is. I'm extremely honored that you took a heartbeat of your time to even focus on me. But look at the detail between Bruce with the glow stick, Toe, the parrot, me, Frank, but then look at the background. Like I'm always one, especially in movies, I always look at the secondary characters. I am always one that stares at them to see if they're on track, if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Look, it's the UV from the Easter egg, and then it is so good. It is so good. I'm probably gonna DM you about it. It's so good. It's the ferryman. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah. Vote for merch. Oh my God. No, I'm going to talk to Izu about it. If anything, I might want to try to get this framed or something. So maybe I'll talk to Izu about like buying it from them. And if they say no, then I will say I don't want it unless I can buy it from them. Always respect your artists. Always respect your artists. Love the glow stick, and also Frank is in the background as the first play. I know, it's so good. And he's so demanding. Look at him. The shark. Look at Bruce. Bruce with the glow stick is so good. It's so good. Telling the others to attack. Poor Toe. Look at that frown. He doesn't want to do it. He's a good guy. Okay. Okay. But this is awesome. If you want a better look at this, this is in the Discord. They posted that in there. Toe! That's what we called this plushie that's inside of Maple Lodge. Toe. Yeah. Absolutely, Sam. 100%. As somebody that has been a professional video editor for 9 years, has worked with graphic artists and other people, absolutely. And the EMF. I know. It's so good. Hi, Tarnazan. Tell me, do I want pizza or tacos? It's Friday. You want pizza. It's Friday. You want pizza. Black Cat, what's up, dude? It's so good. What is the bird's name? Perry. CJ came in and said Perry, so we stuck with it. We said, that's fine. We'll call him Bruce. Yeah. All right. So here are the changes. If you guys haven't seen it, there was a hotfix that was done. So we have some changes and some fixes. So let's go over them really quickly and we'll move on. Taco Pizza Friday. Ooh, oh my. Sorry, well, thank you for the follow, by the way. Tuna sandwich. I just specifically said I would like to have tuna in the house because I haven't had it in a long time. Funny you said that. Changes. All right. Here's the Eventide hotfix version 10.0.1. Fixes. So let's see what they got. Move the games room fire gate to stop an unintended hiding spot. I know about this from watching certain streamers. One of them is in our chat. He may have been the one to discover it. Unintentionally. You know who you are. No, it was not Baron. Oh, no. It was not Baron. Oh, no. I'll give you a hint. His name starts with an N and ends with a Ukadave. I'm fairly certain he was the first. Well, he was the first one I saw to find it. Because he was just sort of like, he just tried it. Was like, hey, will this actually work? And then it worked. I think I remember that specific moment on stream. Yeah. But it worked. It was like, whatever. He's not, it's not an exploit. He's just he's just sitting behind a door. But anyway, so it looks like they did something to that. So we'll take a look. Lights Out now has the UV tier 2 instead of tier 1. Good, because tier 1 is useless for that one there. Always trying to show active support for the Phasmo devs, even by just liking the stream posts, giving them good comments just so they know. Yeah. It doesn't always have to be constructive, like, hey, fix this, do this. Even like positive feedback is always a good thing too. I like this. I enjoy this. Think of an actual working environment. If someone comes to you for feedback, if you're only delivering them like, this is all shit, that's not very motivating, no matter who you are. So I'm not saying you need to by any means throw fluff into it, blow smoke in anyone's tush, but I think it is a good idea to make sure, like, I like these things, because saying, hey, I like these things might increase the chance of it not changing. If nobody says anything about it, they might be like, well, no one voiced their opinion, so I'm just going to change it to something different. Let's see. Fixes. Fix several safe spots. I don't know. I never really searched for any safe spots, so I wouldn't know. Yeah. Blushy, hello. North Shore, good to see you. How's the 4th? The 4th was good. We chilled. We were relaxing, man. Spray paint cans now have impact sounds. Okay. You'll no longer crash if you have an event badge set if you fail to connect to the Unity servers. Badges will no longer show the unlock pop-up again if you already unlocked them, which I think we've experienced once. The tutorial can no longer be chosen in the challenge map. If you fail to receive your Apocalypse badges, you will now receive them after your next game. I wonder when they're going to change the Apocalypse badges to make them animated. I don't know. French Toast, hello, friend. Because they're supposed to be animated. I don't know when that's going to change. Ow. You're playing to buy Phas? Heck yeah, dude. You should. Agreed upon. If you fail to... the TV in the Point Hope living room will no longer be required to be on to negate sanity drain. So you had to have the TV on and the lights on to stop sanity drain in the living room. There was just a weird bug. But they found out what it was and they fixed it. So there we go. Nailed it. Awesome. You can now pick up the parrot in VR on Point Hope. I remember watching Time. I saw TimeTell trying to pick up the parrot and he wasn't able to. Placing a sound sensor in the closet in the Point Hope living room will now register as the correct room. Sure. You can now place sensors consistently on the blue rug in the Point Hope living room. The chess pieces in Point Hope now have the correct visuals. So before, they were all bishops. Most of the bugs that I didn't even know about. Oh, yeah, that's usually me. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that was a bug. That's cool, I guess. When you would go to place chess pieces, they would all be bishops. So this is telling me they should all be the correct pieces now. They should. Now, being able to, allowing us to move the board is going to be really dicey, because if we move the board, the pieces, does that mean when we move the board, all the pieces that are currently on the board are locked in place? The pieces will fall, right? Oh, hi, Baho. Hi, Eric. What are you doing, Eric? Players can no longer get stuck behind buckets, which I've seen many people do. Aw, Crow, thank you for the 6-month prime. How are you, Mr. Eric? They have to make a function piece on it. Just to, oh, yeah. I don't know what they'll do, but hopefully we can move it. Players can no longer stuck side buckets. Sounds are now audible on the correct floor in Bleasdale. We experienced this. I was on the first floor of Bleasdale, and I heard the ghost on the second floor sounding like it was on the first floor. And when it was in the attic, it sounded like it was right above me. Yeah. When are you going to play? Next stream. Next stream. Yeah. Did anything come of the small mystery box? No, it means nothing, Justin. It means nothing. It's a prop. Yeah. Bleasdale hiding spots blocked correctly. Okay. Again, shit we didn't even know that actually needed patch. All right. Bleasdale sound sensors, breakers, CCTV camera, and player icons will now be set to the correct floor. Remove Tanglewood's Point Hope riddle. Ooh, I guess it was still behind the door, I suppose. Photo cameras no longer break when the journal is full. These photos are not counted towards objectives. So there was a problem where when you take 10 photos and your journal is full, you couldn't take any more photos, which means that you couldn't test for a phantom. Because no matter what, when you take a photo of a phantom, if it's registered as a ghost photo, it disappears. So that says that we can still test for it. It's just that it won't count towards anything, right? I guess taking a photo of a phantom when the journal is full will now make it disappear. Jump the gun. Firelight 3 interaction photo will now work. Igniters and firelights will no longer blow out in heavy rain. The wood burners in Point Hope will no longer blow out. Tapping the flashlight button. Tabbing out will no longer turn off other players' thermometers. What? The Firelight Tier 3 interaction photos are still broken. Oh, I don't even have the Firelight Tier 3. So when I unlock it, I guess it'll still be broke. Okay. Thank you, Dave. When reviving, players will now return to 4 equipment slots instead of 3. Oh, spicy. Next update will include many more fixes, including the swap over to a new voice chat system, which is what I'm partially testing today. Okay. There we have it. All right. It was a good stream, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We're not going anywhere. Thought someone said the Phantom will not disappear in pictures anymore unless they were in the book. Good stream. Good stream. That was good. That was good. I think we made it through. I think we did a good job. You have access to the new voice? I do. Bless you. Yeah, I do. Yeah, the beta. Yeah, it's beta. Testing it. Making sure that things are working properly. Hokey adokie. Don't you dare play the game. I will unsub if you do. Wait, no, kill, don't go. What a turd. But yeah, it should be fixed. I mean, we just have to bank on us getting... We have to bank on us getting a Phantom. If we get a Phantom, we can test it. Streaming a game. What is this? Twitch? What is this? Twitch? Wait, give me this. Yeah, this is fine. Just getting everything set up and we're ready to rock. Hey, Kay, what's going on? Josh, thank you for that 2-month prime. Taking you with me to get pizza. Ooh. What's up, Evie? Welcome in, friend. Maybe get a Phantom grinding hope. So I've been meaning to talk to you about that. I might have it already. I did not want to spend another stream grinding this damn map. So we have it now. I didn't want, no, Crow, you don't understand how many games I felt like we did. I felt like we ran like 100 games. I swear to God. It felt like it was so many. So many. Cedar, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, friend. But we have it. Less than half, in my opinion, wasn't it? But off stream, you had to grind a lot. No, only so many. It was only a few, to be honest. Unsought Moon, hello. But we got it. That's what matters. So, no more. I mean, we're still playing Point Hope. There's no doubt about that. But we don't have to grind that map anymore. So if you talk in a big area, can your voice echo and you hear it? I'm not sure exactly what it's going to be like. I think some of those changes are going to be dependent on other players. Yeah, I think so. Sven, what's up? All right. So we don't have to do that anymore. I think we're going to start with just a good old fashioned nightmare warm up. Oh, wait, no, before I do, let's do a test. Let's do a test. Hold on. Check. 1, 2. Check. Look at that. Look how instant that is. Jesus Christ. Check. I feel like it was never this fast. Look how quick that is. Compare the delay, right? Look how fast that is. Can you choose the other one? I don't know if you can actually choose the other one. I think they're completely changing over the system. I don't think you can choose the old one. It's super responsive. Peeking a bit there. What do you mean? Tornazia, what did you do? I can't see it from here. New mic stuff, yeah. Massive delay before. Go to open mic to test the new system, sure. Please remind me to put it back, because if I don't, we're gonna be in trouble. Please. How can I win a nightmare if I don't have 3 evidences? You get the 2 and you figure out the ghosty. Oh my God, Tornazian, I will check that shortly, friend. I don't know what you just did. You can test Vosk on Windows and single player. It's in the game menu. Ooh. Oh, Vosk or Windows. Oh. Well, that's Vosk or Windows. That's not the same as the Vivox voice system. You can't see what I'm doing. No, I can't see it from here. I have to open up a whole new page to see it, Tornazian. Unless I'm understanding it wrong, Tom. I think it's something different. Yeah. But right now, we are open mic. We're going to go in. I'm in single player. You can see that because there's no game code here. None of that jazz. They both feed into the new system. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to... Let's go to my 1012. My 1012. Can I remove everything? Disable loadout. There. I have nothing added. The only thing I'll have is a flashlight. Let's go in to Tanglewood and test the voice system. Are you going to keep it off push to talk? No, I'm turning it back on. No shot. No shot. Mason, welcome in. No shot. What is the change? There is a new voice chat system that they have added to improve the quality. And it is in beta, so we are testing it out. Right now what I'm doing is I'm going to go see. It has been ages since we have been able to play single player because the ghost can't hear your voice in single player. In the public release right now. So if you go to public release right now, push to talk, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. The ghost can't hear you. You can go sit inside of a damn closet and just scream all live long day. Nope. Only electronics. Yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and we're going to go see if we can lure the ghost over to the nursery. Watch it be right. Hey, butthole. Hey, butthole. Hey. Hey, Stinky. Excuse me. I'm talking to you. Hey. Can you hear me? Don't you dare be a yokai. I'll be so pissed. I swear to God. I swear to all that is holy, if we get a yokai, the first time I go to test this shit, I'm gonna be so mad. Come on. All right, here. We'll do a visual test from over here. But yeah, we need to make sure we test everything, man. We need to test the spirit box. We need to test the Ouija board, see the responsiveness, all that stuff. Yeah, I hear you, you dingus. I'm gonna get a freaking yokai. Hey, Lily, welcome in. Did this? No, spirit box, the Ouija board, all of that stuff still worked. You could talk to the monkey paw. The ghost could not hear you. Yeah. And it's a crow. Yeah, and it's a child. Stinky, stinky, stinky. Ghost. Hey, 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 come here. Hello? Hello? I'm leaving and guessing yokai and see what happens. I swear to God, dude. Did you hear the paint cans? That's new. Kids these days. Swear to God. Swear to God. It might not be. If it's not, then, well, there's more interesting things happening here that I don't know about. But if it is, what the shit? It's a Raiju.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Okay. Why couldn't it hear me? Was I not close enough? Go back here. Let's check. Go to audio. Check, 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 check. Interesting. We're going back. We're doing it again. Interesting. Did you run into anything like that, Tom? Or was I just not close enough?
Take a look at the equipment and prepare a call.
Ooh, let me check the voice here now. Oh, yeah. Check. 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 That's why is that different? Look. That's very different. Why is it so much more responsive in the lobby than it is here? Microphone's correct. Let me go to push to talk. Check, 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 check. Oh, that doesn't mean shit. It's showing me the input, even if it's push to talk or not. It doesn't matter. Seeing the same as me. So why is the lobby so much louder? Change to Windows. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. Let's try that. It's a good idea. Check. Check. We must have changed over to Vosk. Yeah. We changed over to Vosk. But why is it that one is so much softer than the other? Check. Okay, I'm on Windows. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to Vosk. This is good. I mean, it's beta. We need to test it anyway. Vosk. Check. Check. Oh, yeah. Ugh. See, the funny thing is, though, that I've always had it, like, back and forth. People telling me one way is better than the other way, and it's never been a problem. It's always been fine. Especially in multiplayer. But now we see I need to keep it on Windows. Huge difference. Huge. Huge. All right, let's take this so we can see what we're doing. Vosk. More like nose. Okay. All right, now the ghost should be able to hear us. Here's a question. It's nah. It's nah. All right. Run. CJ, hello. What the fuck? At you. At you. Okay. I want to see it. I want to see it make a turn. I want to see it make a turn. Bless you. Thank you. Oh, Revy would be perfect test. Oh, you know when that thing's barreling at you. Did you get the badge? I did. Note to self. Don't ghost hunt when you're sick. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Kind of forgot where it came from for a second. Hey. Brought you a present. What you doing with that mannequin there, bucko? Okay, I'll see you later. Ladle. Ladle. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it seems to be working pretty good. Yeah, it seemed pretty that seemed pretty on point. No, this is Patrick. All right, what do we think it is? That's a funny noise. You think it's a phantom? You think so? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I don't have a camera with me to take photos. Sure. Even if we get it wrong, we'll do a normal hunt after this one then. Yeah, we'll do a normal hunt after this one then. Oh, I know, Code. I know. Just the UI is not as good, that's all.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy worried about my legalese. My legalese were way more important at the time. Nailed it. It was hard to track. I was listening to the ghost. I was just to go around like the island. I always just listen. Yeah. Your mom, hello. Chat is the goat. Chat is the goat. All right, now we can add our items back and we can continue with our testing. Ooh, I do have the candelabra. Anything else? Motion sensor. I think that's good. All right, let's go to here. Really, I could just do this because I've just been using the top tier of everything, which has been fine. This has always been an interesting one for me, though. You've unlocked the tier 3 flashlight before the tier 2 headgear. It's just interesting. Yeah. It's a weird one. It's weird. See you, JC. Okay. Now, let us... At some point tonight, I want to do no evidence, point hope. But not yet. Not yet. Oh, another thing. You notice how not one single person reminded me? Motherfuckers. Will I do multiplayer testing today? Probably not today. No, at some point I will, though. I did. You didn't read it. You think I pay attention? What's the better play? Oh, it's up to you, Marshmallow. Totally up to you, friend. Totally up to you. Change back to push to talk. Thank you. You guys are so helpful. Hey, Chopper, welcome back. Do you like the higher tier thermometers after the update? They're better. Yeah, I think the tier 2 is still a little bit wonky. A little bit. But, yeah. I think it's a little bit wonky, but that might just be me. The tier 3, yeah, I haven't had the... I mean, it's been a little bit since I've had the tier 3 because be prestiged, but we'll get back there again. All right, let's do a nightmare at Edgefield, and then we'll go from there. Maybe I'll let you guys pick the next map. We need to test stuff. We need to test the spirit box. We need to test Ouija board when we get the opportunity. We need to test the monkey paw. All the things that require voice, we want to test and see how responsive they are. Because look, you see how much more responsive the voice is now for your input for here? Like, holy moly. If you were to go and look at yours right now in the public release, how much slower it is. This is so much more responsive. Yeah. It's basically instant right now. Yeah. All right. Ann Anderson. 25% motion sensor parabolic. Takes like a split second. Yeah, absolutely. Alyssa! What up, friendo? Thank you for the recent rover. What's up, dude? What changed with the talking? Everything. No, just some things. I haven't had a Harold Lancaster in ages, Kill. Yeah, haven't had one in ages, my man. But when I do, I will screen grab it and you'll be the first to know. I swear to God, if the ghost go, oh, well, why, Uncle Tom Dog. Look what we found. Also, side note, now, that's nice. That's nice. Did I mention that they added a new sound designer, by the way? Somebody that can help with all that stuff? That's nice. That's nice. It's got some paint in it. Yeah. It's the little things. Yes. Amen. Amen. All right. What are we going to ask? What are we going to ask? Go. Little things make the big things. That's right. That is correct. We're not playing with Viewers Donut. And I'm also in a beta that's not public release right now. So you wouldn't be able to. Mystifying Oracle. You know what to ask. It could be anything. Ask how tall it is. How tall are you? Must be short. How old are you? Goodbye. It was I think it was too personal. Yeah, I don't think you like that very much. Wonder if it'll work now. Oh wait, hold on. Let me try Baron's question. This is for you, Baron. I don't know if it's going to work or not. How many pickles can you stick up your butt? How many pickles can you stick up your butt? New system, old system. It don't work for me. Sorry. I tried. You like chips? Goodbye. What the fuck? Ew. Has it been here the whole time? Has it been here, or did it stalk me to the room? Oh no. Oh no. We should probably take one of these. Just to be sure. Whoopsies. We need to check the temperature. We're gonna bring all this in there. That might not be right, but we'll find out. Now listen. Listen. Hear me out. Spirit box, yes, for sure. The information that we learned about the Banshee, if this were to possibly be a Banshee. Banshees have the ability to stalk the player to the main floor if they are coming out of an attic or a basement. If we have a Banshee and it's in the basement, it could come out of the basement to me. So it can be 100% could be a basement Banshee. Yes, that is not out of the question right now. Or the ghost just might be in the kitchen. Is it a bug? Nope, it's intention. It's intentional. It's intention. Now the reason I'm bringing that up anyway is because it's not cold here. Or it doesn't, I don't see my breath. But this mother effer's here. Yeah, look how cold this room is. Oh shit. Whoopsie. Never mind. It's my bad. That's my bad. All right, writing. That was fast AF. Where's the breath though? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why, but we're gonna try these things. We're gonna take one of those in there too. I don't know why I don't have breath. Oh, well, I mean, I guess I would. We don't have breath because I'm not sitting in the room. I'm not sitting in the room long enough, I don't think. Now, homie slice. Let's go like there. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? No phalanges, no phalanges. Okay, I don't think so. Let's check the temps again. It's writing up an angry letter. No, it's probably writing about me asking about its height. How are you, Alyssa? Amara, thank you, friend. Can't wraiths? No, wraiths don't stalk. No, wraiths teleport. So we have that right now. What up, Shade? I saw 1.1. Did you guys see lower when I wasn't paying attention? No? Okay. I don't think I did. I was gonna say, I don't think I did either. Okay. Oh, there it is. 0.5. Freezing has been taking a hot freaking minute. So that means it can't be you. So it's a demon, a Revy, or a shade. Okay. So. Turn on the lights surrounding the room. Let's go get another cruci. Good time. What up, friend? Doesn't feel like a shade. It does not feel like a shade. Absolutely does not. I agree with you 100%. Let's grab a smudge. We don't need a ghost photo, do we? Motion sensor and parabolic. Okay, let's do these things. Demon, but it's quiet. Absolutely could be. Go there. Always a demon. Always a demon. With the event update, did that change the threshold for freezing? No. No, the threshold for freezing is still the same. Kitten, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Threshold is still the same. Take you. If it ends up being a broken shade. I mean, you guys saw the 1 point hope, didn't you? The shade hunted in the room with us. So, like, I'm going to have to use hunt timers if it's going to do that to me. Hey, look at you. Proud of you. Super weird. Yeah. I was outside of the room, and our friend was inside of the room, and it hunted. Hey, how are you? Knock it off. I said knock it off. All right. Let me go get something else. Hold on. All right. Wonder if the patch might have fixed it. I mean, if it did, I would really hope they would say something about it. Oh, I have an open hand? What the? There. This here. Internet issue. Play Phas and the game is heavily contrasted, heavily dark. I don't think so. You still, listen. Still not used to it. Hey, are you a shade? Do shades whisper to you when you're in the room with them? Because it has not set off the motion sensor, meaning it's just sitting in here. Flash, quick, it's important. Oh, there it goes. It just now left the room. Here, let me do this. Let me give you some shit to throw. It's just standing there. All right, blew the firelight out. They won't blow the firelight out with you in the room, right? So what if we just go stand over here and hang out? Now, see, what I did was I turned on the light inside of the kitchen and in the bathroom. So what it can't do is it can't go into that room and throw something in this room if it's a shade, which I'm leaning towards. Even though it was super active, I don't know. It still might do it though. This is how I like to test shades. Firelight and book cannot be done by shade while you're in the room now. I think it did the book when I was out of the room. Pretty sure. Hey, Slinky. Live different voice chats. Yeah, thank you, Nino. It wrote when you placed it. Yeah, when I stepped out of the room, it started writing. You notice how it's not doing anything in the room right now? It's walking in and out. We see the motion sensor going off. So I've upgraded, right? Yeah. It's not really big of a deal, but whatever. Nothing is happening. So if I step out of the room, let's see what happens. What was for breakfast? I don't eat breakfast. It's whispering sweet nothing. Yeah, we hear you. See how it's doing all that jazz while we're out of the room, but while we're in the room, don't just stand there in the doorway, you weirdo. Watch the TikTok memes for the first time. Hey, I love those. Some of those I did some pretty good editing with, if I'd like to say so myself. They're not just like CapCut, like legit editing, you know? Guys, I hate to say it, but I think we have a shade. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here. But this really feels like a shade. It's doing diddly squiznot while we're in the room. Let's go find a bone, I go. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a shade. Let's go find the bone. That's fine. Let's check the basement. We'll do a once over, and there's the bone. Why did that sound like it was right next to me? I kind of want to sit here for a second. I mean, I need to drain my sanity anyway. Whatever. Thank you, Raylan. Shady behavior? Yeah, it's being a weenie. I want to hear the door again. We can say the ghost was shade. Amori, can I just say, yeah, well, the VIP badge being pink is really wrecking your name right now. Because for me, your name is purple, the train is purple, the sub badge is purple, and then there's a pink VIP. Can a shade hunt and a cursed hunt next to you? Can a shade... Oh, yeah. I mean, any ghost can hunt anywhere if it's a cursed hunt. Like, if you force a hunt, the ghost will hunt. Unless you're using a tier 3 crucifix and you stop it. You know, just one of those things. All right. Well, I guess we could drain. I mean, I guess we could get another smudge and just drain our sanity. Purple's neat. I mean, it is pretty neat. Yes, E, I am. By the way, I have these shoes. Those don't sound the same. Wait a minute. Hold on. So here's this shoe. Listen. There's that one. What about this one? That's new. Hey. Listen, that's totally a boot. I don't remember that sound. Yeah, F them shoes. Nice. All right. Sounds like a boot. I dig. Nope. Nope. One more time. Oh. There we go. Don't you fart on me. I know it's coming. F off. If anyone knows about throwing shoes and... Listen. The noises you were hearing in the basement kind of sound like something hitting the floor or cracking. Does that give... No, some of those are just ambient noise. But I heard the door, though. But I heard the door. Because F them shoes. You're so strong. What do you... Tom, what does that mean? Oh, my God. All right, let's get another smudge because we're going to make this thing hunt. And I don't want bad things happening to us. We just have to lower our sanity to 25. So, we can do that. All right. I'm also going to take you and put you there. I'm also going to take you. ZXM, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And also put you over here. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. Where are you? Goodbye. Notice the noises in Point Hope. Some weird... Oh, you... Well, okay. It drains your sanity a little bit. That's fine. It's not funny. Hey, you can't hear me, right? Just doing a real quick check. Doing a real quick check. Ghosty, hey! Hey! You can't hear me, right? Alright, that's really sus that you're coming right to me. I think it was just by chance that I think it was by chance that she was coming directly to me. We'll try that again though. That was awfully suspicious. She charged right at me. Make sure. Hold on, let's check our voice system here. Okay, push to talk. Okay. Yeah, that was a little weird. I didn't like that very much. Yeah, she beelined right for me. Hi. Hello again. I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit. Here. We'll put this on the piano. It's decoration. It's decorative. You miss Rhonda? I know. I'm pretty sure this is new. I could be wrong. Someone gave me a warning. Did you read what the warning said? How long do you usually stream for? DJ, I started a little bit earlier today. No. I started a little earlier today, so that way we could get more stream in because I knew that I was going to be having to end right before midnight because my internet's getting worked on in my neighborhood. Who does? People that want to stay in the stream. It's not in terms of service. When you first enter the chat, you have to read rules. And then after you do that, if you get warned, that means, hey, I'm not doing something correctly. Or maybe the mods don't like something I'm doing. So they're warning me without alerting the rest of chat. And then when you go into chat and say, someone warned me because I did something. Now you're just telling everyone you did something anyway. To be fair, I don't read the warnings I get. Whatever, Srosh. She thinks it's funny. Ma'am, 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 ma'am. All right, this is some sus shit. Oh, she can hear me. Yeah. You want to? Oh, hi, Pam. Look, Tom. Unless this was never hit, which would make no sense because I couldn't go to that screen unless I did the other stuff. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
She could hear me. Okay, we need to test something again. We need to do another test because that wasn't right. Sarash, thank you for the 28 months, friend. Listen, I get it. It was for testing purposes, okay? Death by Bezos. Sounds like an awesome band name. You done been got. I did. Death by Bezos. If anybody uses that name, I expect royalties. Could she remember where she last heard you? Well, the thing is that I was speaking without using push to talk and she came directly to me. That's a problem. That's not okay. That is not okay. Audio. So you see that I'm on push to talk. Here, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do voice activation, apply. Push to talk, apply. Okay. We're gonna go to Tanglewood. We're gonna do the custom just so that we can go in there and get Ghosty to hunt us and then talk to her. It, them, whatever, it, the dead thing. She turned back. She was walking away from me and she turned around.
Take a look at the equipment.
She 100% heard me. There was no question about that. Oh, she heard me. Maybe push to talk is bugged. Well, that really sucks because that means she could still hear me in single player. Check again. Oh, that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah. 100%. You son of a bitch. Hey, can you hear me by chance? Hey. Hey. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you coming directly to me right now? Yeah, that's some sus shit. So by fixing single player, what do we mean by that?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, I got mimicked. So what do we mean by fixed? Is it like all or nothing kind of thing? Like, hey, the ghost can hear you now. So now do the same thing open mic. That's what I first did. That was the first test that I did. The first one that I did was me going in there with open mic. And we were like, hey, it works. This one we saw was push to talk. And I did not push to talk. Are you pushing the push to talk when testing or no? Right there? No. No, I did not push to talk and she came directly to me. In a fashion that is not right. Change VOS to Windows again. Maybe this was some weird bug thing. I mean, I can, I guess. Yeah. Can't I thank you for the 7 months? Always a blast watching. I appreciate it, friend. Thank you. I'm sure it wasn't here in the first time. Okay. It was just pathing. And listen, if it just so happened to path to me into the nursery to that spot, that might be one of the first times I've ever seen the ghost go directly to the spot. But you're right, though. I think for testing purposes, it makes sense to do it a few times. Maybe we do 10, 12. Yeah. Maybe we do shiitake mushrooms. I didn't want to do that. We want to do a custom contract. Hiding places. Very high. F it. We'll put it back down when we go to do the custom the normal way. It's fine. It's fine. And you know what we could do too? You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. I have an idea. Off. Wonder Boy, thank you for the 5 months. Extra, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're not worried about money. So if we do that, then we can enable our loadout. And there we go. All right. There are 30 seconds of ads left. We're just going to let it ride. Let it ride. Possibly an issue with the keybind. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. Now, the thing I am noticing, which is awfully interesting, is that I'm on push to talk right now and I see current microphone input. Should it be able to detect me if I'm not pushing to talk? Because I feel like there should be 0 current microphone input if I'm not pushing to talk. Do it on text just for kicks. Voice recognition, none. Check. Check. Let me hit apply. Check. Check. Toggle the push to talk. Yeah, that's what we tried before and it didn't work. Check, check. Toggle. Okay. Let me go to toggle real quick. Check, check, check. It's just constantly hearing me. Constantly. Unbinding? Maybe. But I'm not but that's the thing. I'm not using a bind. I'm not pressing anything. Yeah. Yeah. Gamer, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Maybe it's a spot they fixed in the patch notes you read. I know they did one in Point Hope, but I thought it would. I don't think so. I'm a potato! Thank you for the bits, dude. Doing push to talk should have 0 input unless you're actually physically pushing to talk. Right. And that makes perfect sense. And right now, the game hears me at all times. What if I change to my microphone input? No device. No device. What? It just hears me all the time. What the fuck? What do I do? It's just listen. The game is listening to you all the time. Always listening, Walowski. Not selling your data. Maybe we just restart the game. Maybe that's what we do. Yeah. Let's try it. I mean, it's a beta. It's a beta test. What up, Jackson? Making it more powerful here. Let's leave the game and open it back up again. Let's just go back to here and try it. Let's see this. Oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. I have an idea. I have another idea too. I have another idea too. Check. Check. Well, what I want to check, I want to check multiplayer.
Welcome back. I've got some
Where it's been working normally for me. Check, check. Change to disabled. Change the microphone to disabled. No, I think I'm going to restart the game completely. Yep. We'll restart the game entirely.
welcome.
That's fun. That's a good time right there. At least the ghost could hear you. Except that now it can hear me all the time. That's what I was saying, Tom. I was like, it's either this way or that way. Hey, the ghost can't hear me at all. Now, what's push to talk for? It just sounds cool. It's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out, man. No bugs, only features? I don't know if we can figure that out today. Okay. Going back in. Audio. All right. I guess. That's why you have a button to mute your mic. So I'm on push to talk and my mic is still registering. Crowstar, hello friend. Unplug it, burn it, bury it in the backyard. We might have to go back to the old, I mean, it's either the ghost can hear me at all times because there's no way for me to stop it unless I literally mute my microphone. Because even when I change my microphone, it's like it still is picking up. I can't change my microphone. Like I put no device, apply. It still hears me. So my guess is what this is doing is it's picking up my default microphone for my PC. Mute my mic. Perfect. You on Windows still? Yeah. Yeah. Apply and restart. The game doesn't fix it? No. I have not. Oh, you're good, Sketch. You're good. No worries. I would just disable the computer mic in the... Yeah, now I have to completely mute my microphone anytime I don't want the ghost to hear me if I want to do the beta testing. I don't feel like I can properly test the beta if it's not working properly from here. Yeah, it's kind of a big bug. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look for Duvaska. Yeah, we could do the same. Yeah, because that was quieter, right? That was a lot. Was quiet? Oh wait, no audio detected. Hold on. All right, so there's my main microphone. Now we're on Vosk, which was super quiet before, but is now not. Also, I'm on push to talk and not pushing anything to talk. What if I go to voice activation? What does that do? Thought it was quieter in the van. Oh, it was quieter when we got in game. You're right. You're right. Let's go in game. You're right. It's a very, very good point. We got in game and we noticed it was super quiet. Whoa, easy, easy, sister. Whoa. Audio, check. Ah, there it is. So that's voice activation. Okay. Push to talk. Apply. Okay. Still doesn't work. Disable the mic permission through Windows mic setting. That sounds like a bad idea. Disabling the mic permission for the game to use my microphone that I'm mainly using for the game doesn't sound like it's going to solve the problem. That just sounds like it's going to stop this microphone from getting picked up. It's wacky. It is wacky. I mean, that's why there's a beta. Yeah, Dreadstone, hello. I don't know. I don't know. If I go to Windows, go there, I just, no matter what, it doesn't matter what I'm on. It doesn't matter what I'm on. The ghost can hear me at all time. We might just have to go back to the normal game. Having to do anything in Windows in order for something in game to work isn't how a game should work. No. That doesn't solve a problem. That's the biggest thing. Like, hey, now it can't pick up my microphone. Hey, now it can't pick up my microphone. It sounds like it's causing a problem. That's why you're testing it. Right. Exactly. Dreadstone, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. New impromptu challenge. Text mode only. Oh boy. Well, I haven't voice recognition. None. Let's do none. Okay. So here we go. This will be fun. So my voice recognition is none. Voice recognition mode, none. Audio, no device. It says, nah, F you. Every damn word, picking it up. Yeah, this is my guess. My guess is that it's picking up my default microphone for Windows, and that's just, you just can't change it. So there must be some kind of a bug there, and there's nothing I can do about it right now. So yeah, what's up, Carrie? So it's either continue testing it, which I don't think I can really do. You know what I mean? Should make more things you can buy with coins to interact with the game. That doesn't sound like it'd be very fun to do, though. Because if somebody's sitting here trying to learn how to play the game, there's a reason I don't have stuff like that in here. For, like, make me drop an item, go do something, go do that, go do this. No, that's just not something I'm interested in. No. There's lots of people that like that kind of stuff, but yeah, I just don't like it. I've had stuff like that before. Didn't like it. Can't teammates hear you all the time too? Even when you're on push talk? No, they shouldn't. No. People chatting. Well, no, it turns into Dixper, where it's just a bunch of like spamming of channel points. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of that stuff. Yeah. Some people love it, and that's fine. All right, well, there's nothing we can do. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the main game.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs
So you
for
surmise that no matter the settings, the ghost can hear you. That is correct. Unless I want to continue, I just don't think I can. I don't think I can successfully test this properly unless I just accept what it is and the ghost can hear me when I'm hunting and I can't talk to you guys at all. So when it's hunting, I just got to shut up. So you guys tell me, you want me to revert or you want me to stay with this where the ghost can hear me at all times? Don't call me Shirley. As you please, I'd revert. I think so too. Yep, I think so too. Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, we're going to revert. Yep. Do. None. General. Yep. All right. We'll let that update. Then once that updates, we'll be ready to rock and we'll get back in the game. Yep. Brandon, thank you so much, friend. Appreciate you. It's a nice challenge with blurps playing through the mic. At some point, I'll do that. I don't want to make it something I do all the time. No way. That wouldn't be very enjoyable. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. Hi, Jack. What's up, DK? So I have to change the title because we're not testing that anymore. Negative. Hey, Tilted. What's up, Trog? How are you, friend? We're updating Phas, or reverting Phas back to what it was. What's up, BK? Once it is reverted, then we'll be back to what we were doing. How you hanging with COVID? A lot better. A lot better. Yeah, it was not very fun, but it's a lot better now. Shimmel Steam. There we go. Done. Finished. 'Tis done. There we go. That's good they let you test it though. Yeah, for sure. It might be something that others haven't noticed yet. Maybe others are not talking whenever the ghost is hunting. But I've definitely found something. I mean, that was the whole reason for wanting single player to work, was so that we could talk to the ghost still. But I mean, but it's very obvious that push to talk is still not working. Why did it go to my ad screen? Hello? There we go. Last year I had COVID all through the birthday. Yikes. All right, so now let's do a test. So, okay, let me go to single player. This is the release right now, right? This is the release right now. Okay. So if I go to the microphone, voice recognition, go to Windows, apply, audio. Look, nothing. If I do push to talk, nothing. Zero. Nothing. Why is there nothing? Because it's single player and it's busted. So when I leave single player and I go to multiplayer.
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
Okay, damn. So when I go here, we're in a multiplayer lobby now. You can see. Okay. I go to audio. There's nothing there. But when I push to talk, there is. I'm not pushing to talk right now. Not pushing to talk. Nothing is happening. I'm pushing to talk now. Look how non-responsive or how slow that is. Yeah, but it works. It's slower, but it works. Yeah, it's running at roughly like 2 frames a second, I think. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Got a really good idea. What if the microphone was on all the time? I could go to the beta and make that happen. Yikes on motorbikes. All right. Well, moving on. Moving on. Wonder how come they chose this initial system that was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was just easier for them at the time. I don't know. Fantastic question. I don't know. There we go. Fixed. Explain how twins work now. No. Smashed it. Still super fun to watch. Thank you, Tom. No, I'll just treat you like my 6-year-old. What do we say? We say, please. Yes, we do. That's right. All right, let's go Grafton. Let's go to Grafton. We'll do Nightmare. We'll do Nightmare, and then at some point, I want to do a No Evidence of Point Hope. And we say thank you. That's right. That's right. Yes, we do. Hi, Miss Pro. Pro Deep, hello. Show us the new badge. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can show you when we go back to the lobby. 100%. 100%. Careful, SpongeBob. Gentle parenting and flasher streams. Damn right. We're just here to lead the, here to lead the younger generation the correct way. Learning how to talk to adults, Talk to not just adults, but other people, By saying please. Judy Stevens, crucifix, escape, incense. They went mac and cheese. Oh my, Crow. Listen, she had her mac and cheese earlier, thank you. I told you I was making her mac and cheese, and I did. She had her mac and cheese. Her little dreams came true. But could you please tell me how the twins work in the hit game Phasmophobia? It will be greatly appreciated. Thank you. See, that's way, way better. And what are you playing? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. PSU. Oh, PSU, thank you so much, friend. Let's see, go there, do that, All right. What happened? I don't know. It was saying something about activity. I don't know. That was the weirdest freaking thing. It's okay. That girl, I'm fixing it. We're fixing it. PSU, thank you for the 4 months. You died. What happened? Are you okay? Are you okay, sweetheart? Vented hotfix is not beta, or were you testing on a different patch? No, there was a... Oh, no, it's you. There's a beta that's out for some peeps. The official creators have access to it. That is for the voice system. They are changing the voice system over. The problem is, I already found something that's not great for me. Hey, the chair's open. I wasn't able to make push to talk work. So the ghost can hear me at all times. So we're just not going to use it right now. We'll just keep doing what we're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Crow, that was weird. I don't know what happened. Watch the ghosts be twins. Then I can explain what they do. I would be in thine most highest graciousness if thou could bestow the knowledge of the workings of the paranormal entity known as bifurcated sibling. Oh, that sounded gross. So the twins, the way that they work is it's one ghost, but it has two different interaction ranges. The reason that it's referred to as twins is because of the hunt. Usually, one hunts faster, one hunts slower. And when it goes to hunt, it randomly chooses which one. Now, when it goes to hunt, you have your main ghost here, and then you have like a 3-meter interaction range, but then you've got like up to a 16-meter interaction range, which is massive. It can be huge. But it's on the same floor. So twins, you sometimes think this stuff happened to me on the second floor. Now this is happening on the first floor. That's not twins. Twins is the same floor. But if stuff is happening, let's say, okay, let's use Grafton for an example. The ghost is here. Let's say all of a sudden I'm getting stuff happening over here. The ghost could hunt from here, from the twin spot. Yeah. Like a ghost with two personalities? Kind of, yeah. Manta, hello. The comment was good. The comment was good. Let's get this in there. Let's get that in there. Let's get that in there. Let's go. Let's rock. Twins are a pain. I don't mind them. I definitely don't mind them. Because they are different speed. So when they're hunting, it's a little bit easier to tell. You know, do I want to do a 3-stack there? Easy. You died to twins the most. Interesting. Interesting. Just body, how are you, friend? Hello? Are you not here? Are you over in the frickin' foyer? Oh, you son of a bitch. Setting up shop in the wrong room. Thank you, Apocrypha. That's always jarring. Anyway, you slide. Okay, I hate that event. Did you hear that? That one little footstep? That was an event. Hey. You shrew something. What'd you shrew? What'd you shrew? Where are you? Are you near?
Sorry.
Okay. So it's not going to provide writing. It shut the book. It did give us spirit box. Good to know. It's cold. Is it cold enough? Okay. So we have dots. You have not officially walked in any salt, have you, you turd? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Zombie Sarah, it's good to see you. Crucifix. I think I could take another thing of salt or the motion sensor, see if it's going upstairs. Is salt just for pictures or for testing for a wraith? Go in there. We'll put one over here. So what the ghost did was it shut the book, which now we don't have to line up our dots in book. to know if it moves the book, it just shuts the damn thing. So it interacted with the book, but it didn't write in it. So we now can just say, F that book. Yeah. F that book. Oop, you're not a wraith. Oh, what am I checking for? What the fuck am I doing? Okay. Oh, great. You could be a phantom. You could be a phantom. Oh, no. Crucifix, escape, and cleanse. Okay. Muscle memory. Yeah. Just check for everything all at the same time. What's up, Mezzo? Show you a Dio? I mean, we could try. Let me get a smudge or two. And one of these guys. When I see it walking in the dots, I'm going to try to get the Dio response. How about that? Catch me outside. How about that? Okay. Where are you? Are you near? Are you friendly? Where are you?
Far.
Are you near?
It's far and wide.
Where are you?
In a way.
Are you near? Where the hell are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you friendly? Where are you?
Right here.
No, I'm right here. Uptown, thank you for the 51 months. Where are you?
I'm far from their home.
Are you near?
That's behind.
Stop talking to yourself. Where are you at, Stinky? Where are you?
Take it away.
You're taken away where? Where are you? Son of a bitch. Hey. Over here. Give me dots. Come on, do it again. You son of a bitch. This is why. Now, if it would have been a ghost, though, I would have had the ghost, not the disturbed salt. I'm not worried about a perfect game. I want to get a photo of a phantom. If the ghost would have been here, it would have been in front of the dot, in front of the salt, so it would have been fine. But the fact is that it showed up in the dots for roughly 0.2 seconds. But this is also the reason why I hate to get the ghost photo. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's necessarily a matter of prioritizing. I think it's a matter of the ghost sucks and it showed up in dots for like a heartbeat. There we go. There we go. Okay. Second time around, we got it. Shut up. Stop turning my light out. Leave it alone. All right. What? You son of a bitch. What is our cursed possession? I don't know if I checked that. If I check that. No, Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me. Oh my God, my heart just jumped. I heard a toss and the ghost was walking at me. I was like, what the f Oh, the circle. We can drain our sanity that way. Hey, what's up, Vet? Thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back, friend. All right, we have the chair. If we want, we're just going to go drain our sanity, so it'll prevent with the crucifix, or it should. Unless it's a stalker, which it is. Try to be quick. Jack be nimble. Love that the lighter doesn't take a slot. Seriously. Oh shit. No, 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 no. You get back down here, you turd. No. That's right. You stay right here. Well, that's rude. Ghosty. I don't want to get away. I don't want to get away from the room because if it decides to stalk me, I want it to be near the crucifix. Just eat it. No, Sans. No. Thank you. All right. Escape and cleanse. Sure. Oh, let's see. Give me you. We'll go upstairs. Grandma eat a cookie? That's right. Grandma eat a cookie. Jeez, I couldn't see her. Grandmama! You can't hear me, right? Okay, we're Gucci. Just making sure. Just making sure. Oh wait. Oh yeah, no, that's right. We got that. We got the ghost. Okay, we're fine. What up, Zoth? How are you? B, Alyssa, thank you, friends. All right, let's go. Let's get out. I got trauma from the beta. I'm so afraid to talk. I'm so afraid to speak.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
What up, Zach? So phantoms roam after players, the wraiths teleport to them, and banshees will stalk across a single floor to their target. Kind of. Banshees and phantoms will stalk their target. Wraiths will teleport. Now, the difference between a banshee and a phantom is that a phantom can stalk you anywhere. Oh, the badge. Oh, yeah. Some people weren't aware. We were sitting there grinding that for like 2 or 3 streams. We got it. Yeah, it's right there. So if you play Lighthouse Keeper, I'm playing Lighthouse Keeper, Jesus Christ. If you play Point Hope, get the ghost correct 50 times, you can get that badge. It's not an Easter egg or anything like that. It's in the patch notes. So it is something that everybody knows about. What up, Victoria? How are you? 50. Yeah. So, I mean, inevitably you're going to play, or inevitably you're going to get 50 right. Yeah. It is Uptown. It's a different one. Yeah. Hey, Felix. What I was saying about phantoms and banshees and all that jazz. Banshee and phantom. So phantom can stalk you anywhere. You could be on one side of Sunny Meadows and it's on the other side. It could come directly to you. The difference with a banshee is that a banshee can stalk you anywhere on the same floor, but it can only stalk to another floor if the actual ghost room for the ghost, if it's a banshee, is an attic or a basement. There's now like an added caveat to that. There's like another like spin to it. Yeah, you can go for this in custom. You can go for this in friendly ghost if you want to. It doesn't matter. You can go for that in a custom where the ghost cannot hunt you. You are full speed, 150 sprint, unlimited, doesn't matter. That's how we got it. That's how we did it. All right, let's do another one. Let's go to Point Hope. Do you have to live? Yes. Yep. You have to successfully do it 50 times. Yeah. Successfully. Yeah. Hyper, thank you for the 5 subs. Oh, thank you, friend. Guys, if you ever get gifted a sub, please make sure to thank whoever gifted you. Hi, Variant. We're not doing viewer games, friend. If I ever am, it'll be in the title or I'll announce it in the server. Yep. What up, Jerry? All right, let's do Nightmare at Point Hope. Thank you, Hyper. Wesley, thank you for the follow. Frazee, welcome in. How do you figure it out? If you go to your notifications.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before
Am I going to
starting the
rescue Bruce?
investigation.
We might take Bruce to the ghost
Whoever
room.
was here must have
Maybe we'll take
summoned
Bruce to the
those
ghost
with
room.
a cursed object.
So that way the ghost can hang out with the...
Be careful. We
The
don't
ghost can
know
hang out
what
with it too.
people of.
I think it's a good idea. Ellen Martinez, crucifix, motion sensor, capture a photo. Oh boy. Oh boy. S Chaser, thank you for the 6 months. Oh, hey there. Oh, hey, how are you? All right. Well, ghost photo is one of our objectives. Fun, fun. Wait, can you bring Bruce to the truck? I could. Yeah. Always check down here. Hey, that hiding's open. Are both your sharks named Bruce? No, only one of them. Only one of them. I don't think we ever officially named the other one. We just call it Bruce's brother. I hate that this opens like this. I want to push that door forward. So no, we technically need to think of another name. The fuck? Was that ambient noise? What the hell was that? I guess it was. Ooh, hiding. What up, Carter? Bruce and Bryce. The twins. Name her Meg. No, I wouldn't do that. Okay, shut up, Meg. Oh, excuse you. All right, you're here. Truce. Remember, guys, your second light is the one that that turns on the light by the stairs. So not the first, the second is the one that turns on this one. So if you want to light your way up the stairwell, get the one that's, if you're going down, the one that's closest to you. Bruce and Deuce. Oh my. It's incredibly broken right now? What do you mean broken, Skull? The special badge from here? I do, Davils. Yeah, I have a video on it. Yeah. Yeah, Carter. All right, let's get you. We know where the ghost is because it turned a light on, which means we know it's not a mare. So we can go ahead and cancel that ghosty out. Mares cannot do that. They can't, they shan't, they won't. But yeah, I love how unique each floor is on this map. I love it. I dig. Ghosty is in the game room. Bruce and Spruce. What can a mare do? Oh my. The mare cannot turn on a light. So if you see a ghosty that flips a light switch up and turns it on, whether the power is on or not. Oh. All right. I didn't even hear the switch. Oh, that's EMF 5. Hey, Spaghetti. Grinding to Prestige? No. No. I'm definitely not grinding Prestige 20. All right. Poltergeist using its ability on the chessboard. We don't have a Pulti, do. Oh, damn. I was like, do I have a Pulti possibility? Did you see dots? I mean, it evented. There's multiple people that are thinking they saw dots. What up, Carlos? It's so angy. Why is it so angy? Here, let's double check. We'll watch like this. Watch like this. Courtney, welcome in. Sugar Plum, thank you for the follow. I think Mayor can do whatever she wants. Not that Mayor. Hey, Phasman. Have you had a Pulti? I have not had a Pulti in any of these. Not that I can recall. No, I really would love to get a Poltergeist in the wine room. That'd be pretty great. Music while we watch. Thanks. Hey, Davos. Good to see you again, friend. Any recommendations for returning Phas player? When was the last time you played? I'm not seeing dots, guys. I mean, it could be. Maybe it's just being stingy. Maybe it's just being stingy, but I haven't seen it. M6, hello. A year ago. Recommendations for you if you played a year ago. I mean, I don't think there's anything that's been too game-changing over the past year. You didn't see it? Yeah. I think what people thought was dots was an event. I think. Alvin, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Let's get more stuff in there and we'll figure it out from there. How about that? How about that? Can you see dots with the night vision on? Yes, you can. Actually, it's kind of easier to see with the night vision on. Can you see orbs? No. Not with the night vision. No. If they played before Ascension, mostly Freezing Breath. Right. Yeah, it's very dependent on how long ago. I find the night vision adds a new level of terror. A little bit. Hey. Hey. Don't. You keep walking. Hey. Don't you do this. Walk more, you butthole. I mean, I'd say it's probably walking enough. Okay, no UV, for sure. Skeet out bottom. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, freezing. Okay. You have not kicked the power yet. Uh-huh. Interesting. Favorite food? Probably pizza. Still working on the badge? No, Otter, I have it, actually. Can't be an Oni? What do you mean? It hasn't done the Oni. It hasn't done the Oni fart yet. Not that I'm aware of. Am I missing something here? I mean, if anything, it's eventing a lot. Woodfire pizza's pretty banger. It's pretty good. Rhodey, how are you, friend? Yeah, we definitely have not had an airball yet. Sorry, Oni fart? Oh, that is correct. Sergeant Grape Juice. Welcome in. All right, so we have Jin, Shade, Oni are twins, and the ghost has not kicked the power yet. So, it's a possibility we're dealing with a Jin. We call it an Oni fart because the Onis can't do that ghost ball event. Yeah. You had cheeseburger pizza today? Nice. All right. I think a hunt will give this away. So we need a photo of you. We need a motion sensor. You know, for safety's sake, I'm gonna do this. I would like to get a photo. That'd be nice. Yeah. We'll try to get a photo of it. Maybe we try. I mean, it's eventing like crazy. You would probably be useful. Oh, hi, Mark. Want to play a game? Let's protect ourselves. Right about right there. I think it's pretty good. Did it eat the board? It yeeted that card game down the stairs. Yeah, it went, hi. Hello? You know, Ring Around the Rosie would be really cool right about now. Thank you. You know what? Just for that. Appreciate you. Gave her a bottle of wine. I didn't check to see what the year was. Nyla, hello. Oh, what if it, oh yeah. It might have wanted a cigar, you're right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's go. What's her name? Helen! Helen! I brought you a stogie. Here, I'll put it right here. Wait, it's rolling away. Hold on. Wait, hold on. There you go. I'll put it next to your wine. Wait. 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 Nailed it. And you know what? Just for you, I'm gonna set the mood. Relax. Nice bottle of wine. Get some tunes. Alright, that's enough. I really wish I could snuff that fire, though. Jesus. That's gonna be loud as shit. Alright. Do we know what the cursed possession is? I need a motion sensor up here, too. Living the fancy life? Listen. I would love for them to turn the boom down of the fire. Guessing the monkey paw. Well, it's not the cards, but I need a motion sensor anyway, so let's go get it. Let's go get it. Here, we'll drop all of our stuff here. I know we don't need to drop that. Be alright. Are we hunting the ghost or rizzing it up? I believe Coach would say get rizzed on. Where's Coach? Where's Coach when I need her? Coach! Sounds tasty. Alright, we got some smudges. We got those. Yeah. Jesus. I mean, she does want to play a game. She offered me whatever the hell this is. Yeah, that's true. We do know where we can find her. I'll probably get you if you go there. Yeah, I'd say the chances are pretty high. I need you to eat the cruci though, so let me double check. Yep, and it just hit the motion. No mirror. Maybe I should carry the flashlight. Maybe that would be schmat. That might be wicked schmat. Still hasn't turned off the power. No. No. Does it mean that it's a djinn? It means it's more than likely a djinn. It doesn't mean it is. Maybe voodoo. Oh, it could be anything. Oh yeah, we're gonna go. We'll go searching. Too much and smat. All right, don't mind me, okay? I'll be back. Hey, you're playing billiards without me? Okay, fine. You can do whatever you want. Shit, sorry. God damn, she's sensitive. Ken, hello. All right. No music box. Maybe it's the paw. Or Frank. Frank? No Frank. Hi, Bruce. I take offense to that. We're not sensitive. Oh, what the shit? Hold on. What have I missed? Dude, I looked for tarot cards, right? Oh, no. You know what I didn't look for? I didn't look for the freaking Ouija board. It's in the goddamn ghost room. The sneaky board. It's because we were trying to leave her alone. Oh, listen, Spice Pants. Hey. Jesus Christ. Oh, son of a bitch. You want to play a game? Yeah, yeet. Clever, sure. Let's call her clever. Is there anywhere even to hide down here? I mean, I could just loop, I guess, around the center. Although if it's a djinn and it spots me, it's gonna sprint. Spice Pants. Yeah, she's got Spice Pants on. There's nowhere to hide there. I'm not going all the way downstairs. F that. Oh, shit. I felt the bass. All right, well, I don't need that anymore. We're within hunting range. Let's try this. Hold on. This will be fine. Good job boozing her up. Listen. Hey. Guess who's not a djinn? No. You're spicy. You're so spicy. Why are you this way? I switched my flashlight. It's very visible. That is really weird. Do you think it's intended for the pitch to change? Do you think? So look, it turned off the power right before that hunt. I'll have to ask them because there's a pitch change in the ghost hunt sound. Really weird. Jim, it's a Jim. Wait, not a Jim. I mean an Oni. You know what I mean? All right, we got all the objectives. We got the ghost photo. I mean, I could always try to. We can always try to. Wait, we didn't see where the bone was, did we? Oh no. Oh no. Hey Lynn, hello. How are you? Friday brain? Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. Little bit. I'm not too worried about sanity. First floor bathroom. I'll check. We'll give it a look. Did it cut the power again? Nope, power's still on. Go. The That in there. Top floor, dude. It could be. 100%. You got your hair color today. Ew. Best way to rank up. To play very high multiplier games. That is the quickest way you're going to level up. You think the pitch would be because of the floors, maybe? I mean, maybe. I don't know. It just doesn't seem intentional. It doesn't seem intentional. All right, I've got a couple smooges here. Lighter. What level am I? I don't know right now. It's a good question. Still not hunting. Was it upstairs? Oh, it ate the crucifix. Oh, the power's still on. Hey! Is that the cigar that I gave her? Ma'am! It better not be. She prefers wine. I gave her wine. It could have been from here. Could have been an extra stogie from here. We're okay. Now, as for the bone, though, that's dicey. Break the Ouija board. What the fuck? For kicks? Like because of boredom? Okay, it's done. Let's check in here real quick. Zimmy, thank you for the prime. Kind of want to wait for the hunt to end and then run down there. Aeroplanes! Let's do this. Is this open? Balls. It's not. Think of it as 16 months. Bruce is guarding the bone? Yeah. The bone guardian. What up, Iris? Iris, thank you for the 6 months. It's not hunting. Do I have a small lamp in here? I do. Now it's hunting. Okay. funny. The lights will go out when it's done. Like that. Just like that. Shut up. Try our luck. Might try to kill us. Did I get lucky? Interaction. Awesome. Got it. Shut up. This. Fucking shit. Shut your damn lips. She's so aggressive. Why is she so spicy? Shit. Hey, Diamond. We're pretty sure it's an Oni. We're just getting more photos at the moment. Do you think she's upset because she wants a sausage? There's 2 on the plate. She's a mean drunk. I need 4 more photos. She's an angry elf. Did she eat the crucifix again, you think? I assume so. You did serenade her and made her comfy? That's what we do, man. I could try to use the board more, but my sanity's probably so gone. What difficulty is it? Nightmare. Yeah, they are running right now. Yeah, the ads are running right now. I mean, obviously I can't stop them right now. Can the monkey paw blind you randomly? I wish to see the ghost and fog my screen. No, that's what it does. That hasn't been fixed yet, right? Am I wrong on that? I don't think it's been fixed. Yeah, the difficulty's nightmare. Pretty sure we found what we needed. Has not been fixed yet. Yeah. What it's supposed to do, or what the ideal situation is that you wish to see the ghost, and then once you get the ghost to show up, as soon as it starts to hunt, then your vision starts to get all crazy. 2 more photos. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing right now. I think it's hunting. Because what I could do is I could go get salt and just have her walk in it. Maybe that's what we do to save ourselves some time. I'm going to be trying to go for interaction photos. That's going to be annoying. Let's go get 1 more salt. Let's go get another. Let's go get another. Wait, do I have all of them in there? Wait. I'm very confused. What do I do with the other ones? You do only get 10 photos though, right? Correct. Correct. Or did I throw them all right? I'm so confused. What the? Okay. Angry shorts. They're right there. Thank you, BK. Okay, it's done. We go back on the move. Back on the move. What map is this? This map is Point Hope. Point Hope. The newer of the Phasmo maps. Well, you know what I could probably do? Oh, it changed rooms. Okay, I think it's done. There we go. She's a singing drunk. Yep. Probably gonna hunt again. That's okay. Run. Okay. All those. Got the objectives. The ghost foot. Man, this was a spicy Oni. Sheesh. Good grief. She needed more wine, apparently. Yeah. E. Yeah. E. Oni. Please be an Oni. All that, and then we end up being wrong. That'd be sad. It's in the E.
Welcome back. I've
Thank
got
God.
some jobs ready for you.
Perfect game with the ghost photo in the book. If there's a ghost to not mess that up on, it's this one. The ghost that shows up constantly. So there we go. Hey, we got the headgear. There we go. There we go. Love that. Oh my God, sparkle. Sweet. Tier 1 headgear is pretty useless when you're rocking solo games. So now we can actually upgrade. Sweetness. There we go. All right. Now we are going to do Point Hope. We're going to make it a little harder. Now we have some headgear, so we're going to try for it. How many hours do I have in Phas? A lot. Like 3K probably. Probably. Why so expensive for tier 2 headgear? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. And Sandy? No. No, we're just going to go straight to no evidence. Yeah, let's, what do I want to do? I want to go this way, custom 2, preset, nightmare, ghost. Let's see. Where's my evidence? There. Okay. Even better. Well, I haven't actually done a no evidence run on Point Hope yet. This may be extraordinarily tough, but we're going to try. We're going to try. More expensive because it's a flashlight that doesn't take up a hand spot. But can you imagine, like IRL, you're going to go buy a headlamp that you would get for like work as a construction worker? That'll be $10,000. Go work at McDonald's. Spatula, that's $20,000. It's a special ghost hunting headlamp. It makes you feel special. All right. We are going to try our very first no evidence run on Point Hope. This is going to be substantially harder. Substantially more difficult, I think. Because being able to hear the ghost is different. We can't hear it from as far away. It's a vertical map, so we have to be closer to it often to be able to get it to do stuff. If it's like a Ure on a bottom floor that's like the second or third floor, fourth floor, there's no doors for it to shut. What am I going to do? If it doesn't, so if we need to make sure which room is the coldest, and then if we start to see it hunting from a different floor, we can start canceling things out like the Goryo. The Banshee has the ability to stalk the player on the floor above or below. So we have to be careful about that. If we have a ghost that feels like it's not on that floor, but it's coming to us, it might be a Banshee on the floor above or the floor below us. So let's give it a whirl. Bet you're going in a shop. You have $50 headlamp, 10K. Oh my God. Hey, Sunflower, how are you? Okay. No evidence. Bradley Everly. Ghost event, Firelight Crucifix. Okay. Should be spicy. Should be spicy, but first things first, we need to find out where Ghosty is. And now we have headlamps. Yippee skippy. Let's do it. Like watch a Big Mike do the APOC. Yeah, the APOC runs are fun to watch. For some. Okay. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Oh, yeah, I didn't even check to see behind the door if there's power there. Oh, you sweet, sweet, lovely power box. Not going to complain. Boner jam. Roger that. Second floor. All right. 13 degrees. Man, I've got to get used to where stuff is on the floor. And if it's like moved. A little bit easier with other maps when you're used to it. I swear to God, if you're all the way at the top. Swear to God, man. You taking a poo up? It's colder in here. I think it might be in here. I think it's in here. Hold on. Hey, can you do something real quick? Anything. Whatever you want. Except hunt. Don't do that. Throw a boat. TP. Poop in the sink. Ghosty. Quit playing with my emotions. Hey. Do the ting. It's 6 degrees in here. We know you're there. Come out with your hand. Why is it not doing anything? So it's a shade. I don't know. We had a shade in this bathroom before, and it hunted when one of us was in the room and out here. So we're there. Okay. There's the cold temps. We decided to be a ghost today. Interesting. Interesting that you're not throwing anything with me in here, Ghosty. Awfully suspicious. What happens when I walk out of the room? We're just standing by to see what the ghost does. Bradley Everly. It's done one interaction so far. There's a second. All right, dude. Let's go double check. If I can hunt him while I'm up here. I might cry. Oh. Music box. All right. Take this. I don't really need that light on. What is wrong with all of you? All right. Well, if we want to check the sound, though, we got to be somewhat close, which would be like there. So let's start bringing stuff inside. Thank you, Chuck. Don't worry, it's SpongeBob. Roger that. Okay, the bone is there. Can't forget about that. Here, we can do that so we don't forget. Just in case it does cut the power. Even Slim said please. This goes to seeming very, very shady at the moment. Slim, that's right. Ace, thank you for the... Yeah, it was a blurb train. That's correct. Yeah. All right, well, we don't need evidence, obviously, but we could take things in like salts. I could check for orbs, make sure that we don't have a... Make sure that we don't have a mimic or something stupid. We could take a crucifix. We could make sure we test for an Onryo. All the things. Really, I could have skipped. Really, I could have skipped taking a sanity and made it hunt. But we are where we are. It's fine. Hey, Lynn, thank you for the biddies. Valix. Donnie, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you, friend. Oh my God. Hey, Lucifer. How are the games? They're good. We're awfully active when there's nobody in there. Huh? I see no orbs. Watch, it's going to do something while I'm here. Completely cancel out shade. Thank you guys for the bits. Those. One of those. With the side of one of these. Let's put you for now there. Reach your badge for the map, yeah? Yeah. I have. I have indeed. Okay, but I mean, you're not even walking around. Like, come on. Let's go. Let's go get a smudge. Wraith? I don't know. Hard to say at the moment. I think it is absolutely going to require a hunt. 1000%. We're going to go get a smudge to prepare for said things. Well, that song was a blast from the... I'm still thinking shade. I think it's a shade that's just sitting in that room hanging out. Having a good time. Can I see if you've walked in the salt yet, homie? Nope, you sure haven't. Look. We can see it from here. Want a Dio? Oh, that'd be great. Love a good Dio. Love a good Dio. This ghost ain't doing squat, dude. We're gonna make it do something. We're gonna use the Granada. I know it's gonna be a Revenant. Okay. Well, I'll put a motion sensor on the doorway to see if the ghost is leaving the room at all. Yeah. Give it a whirl. We got 2 smudges on us. Feel pretty safe. Should be all right. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Motion sensor on the door to see if it leaves the room without touching the salt. Correct. Correct. Maybe that's why it's in the bathroom. It needs to be walked to take a dump. This is very true. You're not behind me. I'll come back for you. I feel like the ghost just like hasn't left that room. It's like, nah, I'm good. Did you hear that weird freaking sound as the ghost event happened? Well, that was creepy. Maybe not a shade. Well, the ghost ball event, it doesn't, that's not the ghost coming to you. That was like a trick shot. Dude, perfect? Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Not a wraith. It's just sitting inside of this room. It's not a wraith. Oh, Jeep, I appreciate you. Throw it back? All right. I was told to throw this back at you. Sorry, random tiles. Hey, Tino. I still think you're a shade. I'm making you hunt. I'm making you hunt. I don't think I really have anywhere to hide, do I? Thank you guys for the hype train. Cursed with bathroom ghosties, dude. That's my life. Why make it hunt? By making it hunt, we can get rid of 50% of our ghosts. Pretty normal. Not normal. Not normal. It's a Jed. It's a Jed. Yikes. Oh my. Oh my. Oh yeah. It said It sprinted at us. It was not having our shenanigans. Hey, Linz. But yeah, the railings seem to make you lose line of sight with the ghost. I guess to a certain point, but man, it definitely found us. But it was doing nothing in the room with us in there. Nothing. Zero. Explain why a Jin? Yeah, so the ghost sprinted at us when it had line of sight. Oh, that's still? Okay. Man, what a turd. What a turd. All right. Crucifix, firelights. We could go put those up there. My sanity might be kind of tanked, but that's okay. You know what? We'll probably use one. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I interrupted his poo-op. Oh, no. For the lighthouse keeper badge, can it be on Friendly Ghost? Yeah. Absolutely. Man, what a stinker. I see you. Credit prestige. Nice. Don't hunt me. Swear to God. Okay. We'll do. Is that me or the ghost? I think it was the ghost. It's a ghost. We'll try there. Shiitake mushrooms. All right. Light the way. It's so spicy. I didn't know if I'd be within hunting range or not, but I guess we are. I did not offer it a cigar or any wine. This is very true. This is very, very true. Just need a snack. Chill, ghost, chill. Never heard that phrase before? What? What up, Zeno? No, he meant 5. No, I'm not going to get any evidence. No, no, no. This is a no evidence run. This is a no evidence run. We're not going to get any evidence. What level do you have to get to for prestige? 100. Once you're level 100, you can prestige. Yeah. Then it's up to you if you are going to or not. All right. We have a smudge on us just in case things go south. Let's turn on you. It's hunting. Will it come down here? I bet I could get it to. Come back. Okay, it's done. Let's go get the camera. Wait, do I have the camera up there? No, I haven't even taken a single photo yet. That's right. We're getting ready. If you stack, let's say 200 levels in prestige, would the level be two? Wait, would you level by 2? No, just 1. Any levels that you get above 100 don't mean anything. If you prestige. If you prestige, they don't mean anything. Might be a mimic. I doubt it. Unless it's continually mimicking a djinn over and over and over again. I don't think so. We also didn't see orbs. So very unlikely. That's a stick. That's a 6 stack, yeah? Pretty sure I put 2 there. Did I put 2 there or 3? Yeah. Yeah. What? How did I think I panicked through that one. Because I said we could lead it down here. Two more. 3 by the bathroom? I do. Let's go get that other smudge and go upstairs. Not hunting, which is good. Look at that. Smudge, 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 smudge. Cruci photo? Yeah, I already got it. Burn crucifix, bone, salt, salt. So we need 2 more. Coco, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in. Just ate the crucifix. We'll wait. I don't know if it's in the same room or not. It might not be in the same area, so it might hunt down a floor. So we want to be careful. Want to be careful. I have 3 smudges on me right now. And camera is over there. You bastard. It ate the crucifix again. What I don't trust, I don't trust that I'm going to catch it with the smudge when I go upstairs. That's what I don't trust. I don't trust we're going to catch it. So I'd rather wait. I'd rather be safe about it. Be safe. Be schmat. Hey, Julia, welcome in. Is that what bro is doing? Yeah, bro be crazy. Yeah. What's the point of prestige at the moment? I mean, right now, just to get the ID card and the loadout slot if you want it. Inevitably, they're going to add more things in the future. It's just, do you want to challenge yourself by starting over? That's kind of the way that I looked at it. I start over to challenge myself. Hey, all right, thank you for the bits. What's up, Will? Oh, the hunt. Good. Waiting for this ghosty. It's hunting. Here's as is it. Come back down. No, no, no. Move. Hey, what's up, killer? Go up another floor. Okay. Go here. Go one there. And then we go one there. Check. Photos. Done. Hasn't turned the box off yet? No. No. And it's not going to either. Yeah. Keeper, what's going on? Hey, how are you? Can I take you too? No, we will. How long do you have before it hunts again? For the gin, you have 90 seconds after a smudge. So, we good. We good. We've got all of our photos. We've got our objectives. We are pretty convinced because every single time it had line of sight of me, it was sprinting. And that was even on floors where I didn't have electronics on. So, yeah. And also, we would have heard it sprinting within the ghost room because I have electronics up there. And it wasn't doing that. That's why Raiju was kind of out of the picture. So, Jenny Jen. Bradley Everly. Thank you, Julia. What's up, Wagner? Thank you for the follow.
Welcome back. Like prepared.
Nice. Our first Point Hope, no evidence ghost was a gym. And perfect investigation. First. No evidence run. I say we set a pretty good tone. We set a good tone. Good job, team. Well done. Nice. Rachel, sorry for screaming. How much have I missed? All of it. All of it. How much have I missed? All of it. What makes it a perfect investigation? It's a little misleading, actually, if you look in the book. So if you, that's not where I wanted to go. If you go to the book and you read perfect investigation bonus, this says, are we allowed to ask for you to make a lobby? I mean, yeah, but I'm not going to. I'm not playing viewer games right now. Yeah. Halen, thank you for the bits. Perfect investigation bonus. If you complete the above, all side objectives, and fill the journal with 3-star photos, you will receive an even larger reward. So if you complete the above, all side objectives, and fill the journal with 3-star photos, make sure to complete the main objective of finding the ghost type, as you will. This will give you double reward for the optional objectives, as well as a small sum of extra money on the top. Nowhere in this does this tell you you have to find the bone. Nowhere. And you do. So, yeah. Are they going to make this for PS5? They are. And it will go for VR. Yes. Yeah. So, I don't know why that was never added. I don't know why that was never edited. I don't know. The only way to know that you need the bone for a perfect game is for trial and error. And then hearing other people tell you need it. Yeah. Jana, hello. That's it. That's the only way to know. Literally the only way. Did you find the lock cabinet Easter egg? I did. I did indeed, friend. Jana, how are you? Sorry, allergies are still kicking my butt. Most of the book is kind of confusing. Well, I think some of the ghosties are just being a little wonky is all. That's all. All right, I'll let you guys choose for this one since we did a no evidence, the last one. So you guys can vote once. The poll is up. Oh, Jesus Christ, that went sideways. 1 to 14. I don't know what happened to the overlay and why it's all the way over there, but I'll fix it. What in the French toast happened? Let me find it. Yeah, there. What? It like ran away. No, come back. Come back. Don't know, but French toast sounds delicious. Sounds pretty damn good. Sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Heading to bed. Have a good one. See ya, Michaela. Thank you, friend. What did I do? What do you mean, what did you do? Why are you trying to eat me? Because you sound delicious. That's why. Julia, thank you, friend. I'll give you guys a couple seconds. I'll give you a couple seconds to vote. Have you tried the new? No, I don't get Frosties very often. No, it's been a long time since I've had a Frosty, actually. Where are we going? Willer Street. Willers. Let's go to Willers. Classic Willer Street. Thank you, Olive. Thank you, Mods. Appreciate you. Yeah, the song title's right there. Yep. Guys, friendly reminder, this is going to be the last stream for like a week. I won't be back on Wednesday. So I'll be back on Friday. So if you're not in the Discord already, the Discord link is there and the rest of the socials are there. Just in case you don't see me or wondering what the hell is going on, why I've not been live. It's because the wife and I are going away for a few days. It's her best friend's birthday. So we're going away for a few days. Yeah. It's her best friend's birthday. Hi, Song.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment.
Safe travels.
and
Thank you,
prepare
friends.
accordingly before
I
starting the
appreciate you.
investigation.
I appreciate you.
Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We had reports of violence, and it looks
Did you ask if it's okay? If it's okay that this is the last stream for the week? Wait, did I ask if it was okay? Wait, what? Did I submit my leave of absence letter? Oh, shit. I knew I was forgetting something. So I've been meaning to talk to you guys. Listen. Oh, Jazz Anderson. Jazz hands. Repel, escape, cruise back. Can you imagine? I have to get like 50% approval rate for me to be allowed to leave. That'd be an interesting take. That'd be interesting. Thank God it's not cards. Oh, thank God. Plot twist. Song's taken over. Yeah, I would be going nowhere. That's very true. I would never leave again. When will be the next stream? Probably after today. Probably next Friday. Yeah. Ghosty. What you doing? You know the company policy requires 1 month ahead. Fine. Your favorite ghost is a skibbity? That's funny. My wife says that to make fun of second graders. So she embarrasses one of our younger children by saying that out loud. Not to put you on the spot or anything. Went back in time, submitted last Christmas. Damn right I did. Hey Muskin, how are you? All right. Let's get a few more things. I still have no idea where the ghost is. No clue. We're not gonna take that yet either. Was that the bone? It was. It was. I haven't heard the ghosty yet though. Ain't heard no ghosty. Wait. Oh shit. Wait. Run. We need UV. We need UV stat. We need UV. We need a UV stat run. Give. Gimme. It's in the living room, but it touched the remote. If there's UV, we can actually see it on the controller. You turned it over? What the fuck? Shit. I got so excited. God damn it. You wouldn't be a UV ghost, you turd. Okay, maybe the camera was blocking it. I shouldn't have been. Okay, we did see that in person, right? Because if I didn't see that in person, something's really messed up. I'm pretty sure I did. Let's just do a verification check on that real fast. Do that. Wait, this is such a pain in the ass. Come here. There we go. Better check. The camera was blocking. I think so too. At first, I thought I only saw it on the camera, but there's a good chance that it was being blocked by the screen. If that was if that is a Goryo and we can only see it in the screen, that is messed up and something's wrong because it should not be able to show up when we're in the room. So I'm going to guess that it's probably not a Goryo, but we do have those. Yeah. Gee, thank you for the follow. I always love the response. Ew, a child. But it's always good to verify because God forbid it is one and we found something. We need to report it. Kitchen light flickered. Oh, that's okay. The ghost can make the light flicker from really far away. It doesn't really mean anything. Yeah. Raising the roof. What up, homie? Crown, good to see you. What's up, Stoked? If it's a child, you'd be out. That's fair. That's fair. Why is it not giving dots again? Is it because it's hanging out over by the couch? Lexi, welcome in. Mimic, can't be. We have dots. It's impossible. Being lazy, sitting on the couch. Yeah, probably trying to watch more TV. How the ghosties? Not too bad. We did our first no evidence at Point Hope. That went well. Really? Homie? We're not going to do anything else? That's it? We're done? TV's turned off though. Yeah, because I turned it off. Tired of waiting. All right. Let's go get more stuff. Let's get more stuff. Had to go flicker all the lights at once. Yeah. Yeah, they're a bunch of turds. Okay, it didn't leave UV. You can't be an Obake. Let's make sure that you don't leave UV. We have a UV stick in there, which is fine. We'll take that guy. We need crucifix, escape, repel. That's fine. Let's get another one. It wanted Dot's music. It might have. Maybe it's just waiting. Oh, did you shut the book? Ooh, it's not going to give us writing. Where are you?
Slips away.
Why did you slip away, Ensign? Okay. Phantom, Wraith, Yokai, Dio. Interesting. So it can't be a Goryo anyway. Does Faz have mods? No. If anyone does try to mod the game, then and they get found out, they get permanently banned. Because they're not supposed to. They are not supposed to. Okay. Let's take in one of these because we want to check to see if it's a Wraith. Yeah. Oh, I took the camera off the stupid thing. All right, let's do this. We'll check for a Wraith. I could take a photo of the dots to see if it's a Phantom. That's fine too. Got that in there. Got that in there. Yeah, that's probably fine. Bring a smudge or two. Yeah. Wraith could be. Let's go put this over there. Excuse you. We just talked about this. Hey, I said no TV, you little cretin. No. So, spirit box, dots. Use that for some extra light, because why the hell not? We could try to get a Dio response. I could try to snap a photo of the dots, but man, that's been dicey. That's been dicey. Earlier we tried to do that and the ghost disappeared. The second it showed up, disappeared immediately. Come on, little ghosty. Are you a phantom? You should show up. Come on. He needs a nap. Well, then tell it to get the hell out of the living room. Door shadow makes it look so. Oh, you little son of a bitch. It has not gone over here, though. Use the monkey paw, ground it. Where you at, Stinky? Yeah, it's a child. Newer kid model? No, it's the same one. No, it's been in the game for a very long time. It might be a Wraith, but you notice it hasn't set that motion sensor off. It hasn't left the room. Has not left the room. Well, you're not a phantom. That's for damn sure. All right, we got you, we got you, we got you. Where are you? Maybe we try to, maybe we do what we did earlier. Maybe I wait for the dots and then we try to get the response right on top of it. Yeah, yeah. Well, if it's yokai, we're in trouble. Are you near? Where are you?
Hold it here in the...
Are you close?
Far,
Where are you? Are you near?
far,
Where are you?
far from there.
Are you friendly? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near?
hold it here in the...
Where are you?
Not from behind.
Jana, thank you for the racing rover, friend. Where are you?
From behind,
Are you near?
From behind.
Why are you all behind me? Where are you? You notice none of them are like right in front of you. Where are you? Are you near?
The thought reaching?
Where are you? You know what?
away.
Where are you? Are you near?
Far,
Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you?
right here.
Where are you?
Far from there.
Are you near?
Get away.
Hey, where are you?
Down far
Are you
from their
near?
home.
From behind,
Where are you?
Was taken away.
I'm either getting bad luck with a Dio or it's not a Dio. I have a hair in my face. Get out of my face. Jana, thank you so much, friend. Oh, Forever Rosa. Ooh. Hey, get out of here, you little shit. All right. I did not walk through that yet. Okay. 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 It's a Wraith. Did we see what the cursed possession was? I thought you just needed to talk to know. Oh, no, I was trying to get a special... Oh, hey, look. I was trying to get a special Dio response, and unfortunately, it just wasn't happening. Unfortunately. So it's a Wraith. We need to repel. We need to escape. And we need Crucifix. This is going to be dicey. I need to lower my sanity. But if I wish for sanity, I'm going... Like, if I wish for sanity to put me to 50, it's going to change rooms. That's the unfortunato part. That's unfortunate. And I don't want it to change rooms. You know what? F this. I wish for fog. Okay. That dropped me 25. Doesn't like my picture. Hey, you don't like my picture? Heyo. It might eat the other one, and that's okay. Actually, you know what? Because it's a Wraith, it could teleport to us. This actually would be pretty schmat. Would be pretty schmat. You like your salad chopped, not die. I had a Greek salad today. It was so good. It tasted so fresh. EMF sit near you. Oh no, there's no need. It went through the motion sensor and didn't walk through the salt. Oh yeah. We're pretty sold on a Wraith. Oh, to detect the transport. Oh, I could. Yeah, for sure. Do I have enough room? Here, I'll take one smudge. Oh, go! F off, nerd. Here, do that. What? The EMF 2 went off almost like it did teleport, but it hunted from its room. That was really confusing. I thought it that's what I thought. I don't know what that 2 was from. You got me? Oh, got all the objectives though. That's what matters. What a freaking weirdo, dude. There's ads. I'm trying to snooze them. Snow in July? No, I like the fog. It's a faker? That bastard. That bastard. No 10 pictures? I mean... we could try. We can't get salt photos, but we can get other ones. This one, bring you, bring you. Have the bone. I don't know if we actually looked for the bone yet. No, I don't think we did. All right. Hopefully my sanity's high enough. It should be. We'll keep one smudge on us just in case things go awry. I mean, if anything, I could bring those crucifixes back into this room. And just sit here and hang out with the ghosty. Go in there. Go in there. Set up shop. Oh, was this the bedroom one that I just didn't get yet? Absolutely could be. Yeah. Yeah? Okay. We'll go get it. We'll go get it. Don't tell that to Mel or she'll get mad. Wait, what will she get mad about? go there. That works. So is it a bug where it seems like you can't use pictures after the 10 to get a picture of the ghost for secondary? No, that's intentional. No, like the ghost photo, you need to get the ghost photo in the book. That's intentional. Yeah. Hey, Nano. Very much so intentional. There's our photo camera. Let's go ahead and get the bone and then we'll do those. So you need to get the ghost photo in the book. I could take a picture of the paw too. That's true. Wait, was it the other bedroom I saw the paw? I mean the paw. God damn it. The bone? It was the other one. There we go. Easy custom, so cheesy. Yeah. I usually don't like trying to find super easy cheesies. Apocalypse trophies, I do. All right, let's go. Hop 2. Ghosty? Hello? It's your birthday. Make a wish. Those. Oh, my Lanta. Dude just went in a line. Jesus Christ. To be fair, it made a wish. Put you there. One more. Onryo wannabe. It made 4 wishes. Nuh-uh, you're supposed to make 1, you cheater. Come on. Ghosty. Go, kid. It's your birthday. Whoop. And you know if it is a blowout or if it went out on its own. Because if it'll go out on its own if it burns completely out. But we have everything we need, so it doesn't really matter. Interactions. We got the ghost photo. We got a paw, burnt crucifix, all kinds of different photos. We got the ghosty. Nice. Nice. Haven't celebrated its birthday in a while. Okay, fair. Good point. Setting the EMFs near the candles is also a really good idea because you can get your EMF objective off of that as well. Yeah. Sweet. Wraith. Perfect. Did you finally get the Point Hope badge? I did. I did.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Boop, boop, doop, doop. Nice. Perfect game. Is your finger not hurting with the flame? What badge is that? It's the Lighthouse Keeper. It is this one. That one. All right, we have ads coming, guys. We're just going to go ahead and run them. So I do 3 minutes every hour. So that way there's no pre-rolls if you're not subbed or don't have turbo. So you're not getting ads in the middle of the game. Sometimes I can't help it, but I try to stop when I can. This would be a really good time where I can stop. So it's a good time. Stretch your legs, get a drink, go take a quick break, do what you got to do. But a quick 3 minutes, it goes by quick. It'll be right back. No, the one you had. Oh, this one. This one. That's if you are an official Kinetic partner. If you're an official Kinetic partner, you get this one. All right. Ads are running. Let me see something. Hold on. Is my camera messed up over there? I'm looking at something really quickly. Yeah, my camera's not all the way down. What happened to this scene? The scene got all messed up. What happened? I'm using the white from there to be able to tell. There it is. What the blame you shifting it the other night. That might have been what it was, honestly. Maybe that's why my ad screen got all screwed up. Here. I'll erase the camera and do this one too. Yeah, ball. Yeah, we're multi-streaming. All right, get rid of that. Like that. All right, that should be fixed. Should be fixed. What are you using for it? RTMP from OBS. OBS got COVID. Okay. That is unnecessary, sir. Yo, ads done. Not for everybody, they're not. Not for everybody, they're not. Flash needs to stay 6 feet away. Roger that. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Got any pros or cons? No, I mean, it's been pretty great. It's not very taxing. It's not very taxing. So it's been a plus for me so far. Yeah, Blake. Oh, yeah, we're still going. Oh, yeah, for sure. We're not done yet. I do have to end before midnight, though. It's free. Yeah, you can Google it, Shady. Yeah. The ad break wallpaper is brilliant. I'm glad you like it. Keeps us all in the same ballpark, you know? All right. Let's go. We still got plenty of time. Still got plenty of time. 3 matches if you're quick. I mean, if I do some leveling, if I do some 10-12 leveling, we have time for way more than 3. I do need to fix that, by the way. We changed hiding places. There we go. Now it's fixed. Yeah, because we're level 50. We're level 50. So, we did some Nightmare. We did some No Evidence on Point Hope. Can you get to 60 before the end if you go quick? I mean, I could try. I could try. Let's do a few. Let's do a few. Incense. Oh, let's hear. This is all jacked up. This is all jacked up. What up, OG? How are you? All the changes. I'm hoping they get back to me about the audio stuff, because the fact that I could not be inside of there because it didn't matter if I was on push to talk or not, the ghost could hear me at all times. That was kind of stinky. Kind of stinky. All right, we need one of you. We need one of you. You. One of you. Fixing this. One motion sensor is fine. Oh, we could do 2. Incense. Get all 4. Igniter. I just do that for kicks. JH, how are you? Welcome in. 1 headgear. Firelights out the wazoo. Crucifixes. Camera, you get one anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. That should be good. We don't need sanity. We don't really need tripod. So we'll go with that and see how it goes. All right. Let's do some 10-12s. Were you a fan of the Are You Afraid of the Dark? I am, or was. Yeah, still am, technically. Sometimes it shows up on my loop over to my left.
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby.
Yeah, I've got on my monitor over here on my other desk.
Take a look.
It's 24/7 loop of 90s Nickelodeon stuff, so some of that includes Midnight Society. I mean, Midnight Society. Some of that includes Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah. We never watch it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Song. I'm too busy. I apologize. Apparently everyone has to be on Song's schedule. I know he's toxic. Go ahead, Song. Say it. We know you're toxic. We know. Anybody remember Nick Arcade? Anybody remember that? I forgot my headlamp. I saw a clip of that today on was that on Twitter or something? I don't remember where the hell I was. I just saw a clip of it real quick. I'm like, man, I remember being a kid wanting to be on that show. It looks so badass. It looks so cool. All right, in we go. I have a family and I work. Ghosty? What I'd give to be on Legend. Oh my god. Unit friends do a 1075. Nice. Whose car is that? Whoever left it here. Legends of the Hidden Temple. Not hunting today? I have hunting on this one. It's a 10-12. Guts? I remember the one thing you had to do where they had to run on the treadmill upside down. You're not like in here in a shade, are you? Don't. Can't hear shit. It's in the basement. Hantu? Yep, saw its breath. It's on too. We can leave. Roger that. Mimic, shut your butt. It's not a mimic. Don't you dare. Shut up. Shut your lips. Don't. Nope. 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 Shut up. No, it is not. Don't you wish that upon me. Nope. What was that noise? What was the noise? The digital interference? It's whenever you have your electronics on and the ghost gets near you. Your headgear. Yeah. Nice. Do it again. That was quick.
All right, we're here.
Let's rock. We can bring you. Any objectives? Parabolic, Cruci, Cleanse. Well, let's bring it. Why the hell not? Why not? Let's rock. Flashlight 2? Nah. F that. F it, Jeff it. What the fuck? It wouldn't let me turn on this switch in here. That was weird. How's Josie with the fireworks? She's never been disturbed by fireworks. She was fine. She was chilling. Sleeping. Yeah. She's so very, very chill. Magical dog. Josie is a magical. Can you whisper real quick? If you wouldn't mind. Just a real quick whisper. If you'd be so inclined. Hello? Hello? A whisper? Hello? Oh, okay. I guess it did. Whatever. It's in the basement. I might be dead. Okay, we're good. I just heard it throw something in the living room. I was like, yep, heard that. Roger that. Moving on. Okay. Take that Dio for a walk? I did. You know, we realized that Point Hope is the first map where we can take our Dio for a walk outside.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Hey, upgraded EMF. Let's go. Yeah, at the top of the lighthouse, the door, like when you walk outside at the top, you're still in the map. The doors don't lock up there. So the ghost can come get you. Yeah, sure can. Realized that when I had a friend, teammate getting hunted, and I was like, oh, this door never locked. It's because the ghost can go up there. We had an event on us up there. Oh, you know what? Never mind. No, that's true. When you take a Dio for a walk at a campsite, you already are outside. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. What do we got? EMF, crucifix, incense. Sure. Campsite. Yeah, totally forgot. Totally forgot. It's a very good point, Crow. Forgot my headgear. Unlikely yokai. Normal speed. I think it was normal blinky. We can watch it again. Damn, I heard it throw something. Going on vacay. Wife and I are going away for a couple days for her friend's birthday. Yeah, so I won't be back for a week. For a week. What's my volume at? My in-game volume? Probably up all the way. Twinkies look normal. Okay. Very, very normal. What's up, Rafa? She didn't like that very much. She was not a fan. Not a fan. Got that EMF objective, though. Heyo. Alright, I'm gonna smudge this time. Back from vacation? How was? What a stinker. What an absolute stinker. Didn't speed up near electronics. Not a Raiju. Welcome back, Grandma. Grandmama. Totally didn't smudge though. I was going to start to listen for a myling because at first it sounded kind of pillow-footed, but no, not sold. Oh no, I think the house is haunted. Oh no. Is that a polter throw? Was it? Here, we could take, we could get Granny to come over here. No, I don't think so. All right, that's about 3:44:45 ish. 3:44:45. Shut up, Grandma. Not a polter? I don't think so. I do not think. Is it possible to rise you? No, because it didn't speed up with electronics. Didn't speed up. I gotta hurry though. Shit. Okay, we know you're in here. Try this. See if we live. That didn't sound like that was... Wait. Is that in here? Good night, Valix. You bitch. $90. That sounded like it came from like the nursery or the hallway. Slow down when I smudged? No, it definitely didn't. Definitely did not. Where did you come from, broski? Were you over here? Deception. $347.45. Damn. Damn. $347.45. What if she's hallway now? If I had to guess, I'd say she is. Let's turn on the forever light. Let's get more shit. Let's get more stuff. Get you in there, get you in there, get you in there. Start canceling some more ghosties out. It didn't slow down when I smudged. You son of a bitch. Get my lighter back. I don't know why I even dropped it, but I did. Let's get the power back on. The fuck was that noise? That was nursery, wasn't it? Habit? Yeah, just chucking Ooh. Chucking everything at the door? Yeah. Hey. You fart on me. Pick a room, lady. Pick a freaking room. Playing hide and seek? I don't like it. Not a fan. Are you a mare? Are you running away from the light? I have smudges at the ready, in case it does hunt right here. Hey, Galaxy, welcome in. Right here. Master bedroom now? Ghost is all over the place. Try it. I might die. It's okay. It's worth it. You son of a bitch. It's everywhere. Yeah, she's running away from my crucifix. Absolutely. She's running away from it. All right, let's place it here. Get out of here. Okay, you come here. All right, we're gonna place one there. Is this one here? Run. Hey Zen, what's up, Alex? You guys actually listen. I didn't smudge. See how easy you guys are to command? I expected better. Shade, not hunting. Funny, I haven't seen my breath yet. It's gonna hunt in the room behind me. Alright, so you're not an Onryo. Because you hunted while that was still lit. It's also really hard to tell if you hunted in the room with me or not. I'm sorry, did you just turn a light on or off, homie? Okay. Worth a look. Worth a look. Damn. What a turd. Oh, thank you, Marcy. It's not Noni. No, this is a very average ghost. Very average ghost. Is that a double door touch? Don't you dare. You know, those doors have been shut this whole time. You son of a bitch. Uh-oh. Doesn't touch any doors. It hasn't slammed any doors. I've heard 0 door slams. 0 door slams. Not making sure the doors are open. Why don't you use any evidence finding devices? Because I'm not, this is a no evidence run, so I'm not going to get any. Now it's back in the living room again. Do you hear that? I'm really feeling like this is a URA. But now it feels like it's moved to here. I'm sorry, was that to my left? Is that a locker door? Yummy. What the f... Okay, now it's in the garage, I guess. Twins? No, it's a normal speed ghost. Whatever this thing is. Confusion. Many much confusion. All of them. Yes. Okay. You know, I've yet to see my breath. I've yet to see my breath. Not a Goryo? Yeah, I don't think it's a Goryo. I don't think so. Here, we'll put this here for us, just in case. But yeah, the question is, are we pushing it around because we keep turning lights on? The mirror shows where the ghost is? I know. Think it's a mirror. Hasn't done the light switch thing yet. I'm going to smudge it and see if we can maybe get the ability out of it. Or is it being super confusing because it's a stupid mimic? They were answering a question. Oh. I didn't even see the question pop up. It would just look like a statement, like the mirror shows where the ghost is. I was like, yeah, fun fact. I know you know. No, I know you know that I know. You know. We know. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, she hunted outside of the range. Apparently this crucifix did not reach where she was. Holy mackerel. Maybe we're sending motion detectors. Dude, at this point, it might be. Like, because I'm not getting cold breath anywhere, it really makes me want to say that it could be a stalking ghost. Maybe that's why we don't have cold breath, because it keeps moving so much. You know? Basement Banshee? I mean, it's spawning upstairs every time. What's up, Vertex? Did you have cold breath in the dining room? Did I? Oh, hey, how are you? I don't see my breath. I'm crazy. It could have been lighting. Could have been lighting. Phantom? I don't think so. No, if it's a stalking ghost, it's a banshee. The blinks are not. The blinks are not phantom. Delish. All right. This is what we're trying next. You know what we have not put down yet? One thing we haven't done yet is this. It did not like us calling it a phantom. No. Camera? No need. No, camera's not necessary. Jesus Christ. Rafa. Basement. Damn, it's on the move. It's moved rooms so many times. Okay. We can go ahead and cancel Rafe. Dude. Would love for you to do your ability. If you're a Ure, please. I beggeth thee. Alright. Now, we're grabbing the parabolic microphone. Watch it be a roamy demon. Mother. You feel like it's tracking you room to room? No, actually I don't. Vertex. Thank you for the sub, dude. F off, Grandma. Now, here's the thing. Let's pretend this is a banshee. What information have we learned recently? That she's stinky? Uh-huh. It can stalk you upstairs. If it's from a basement, it sure can. Which makes it extra spooky. Now, I have... Don't I have a crucifix still back here? Yes? I do. This hasn't been touched yet. Thank you, Rafa. Very fishy. Dude, it's just... It makes me want to say that it could potentially be a mimic, but it hasn't mimicked a fast ghost once. It doesn't make it not one. Okay, got her. 40611. 40611. Let's go get a video camera. Banshee can stalk across floors. No, Banshee can stalk you if you're on a main floor. If the Banshee's room is a basement or an attic. If the Banshee's room is a basement or an attic, then it can stalk you. All right, what do we have here? Let's quickly go down there. No orb. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Teacup. All right. If it's a Ure, it's such a butthole. Love that show. It's one of my favorites. If it's a Ure, it's a stinky. Not you, not you. Don't think you're quiet. No. Not. I can't. I can't hear shit. I heard the door shut and I was like, I can't tell if that was from an event or a hunt. I don't know what just happened. What makes you think Yuri over a mimic? I don't have orbs. Trying to kill me at this point? I think so. No. Don't think so. No. This is what we're left with. Banshee, Shade, Yurei, or a Mare. Hey, that was a good show too. Didn't hunt in the kitchen when you were in there? If I was technically in the kitchen. Not to mama. Taught my kids to do the not to mama to their father. I can't wait for the second Beetlejuice. What can we do to narrow it down further? Well, does it seem like it's stalking me? Sure doesn't feel like it. Right. Which is making me lean Mare or Yurei. The reason that it might be moving rooms so much, it could be because of us. Careful on the time. I see it splash. Thank you. Yeah, I was looking at it too. The reason it might be moving is because we keep doing that. Mares do not like the light. Light switch test. Yeah, for the basement. No shot. No shot. Do they usually kill the breaker a lot? No, the mares don't have any higher ability to kill the breaker. No, just the Hantu. Just the Hantu. Is the light on in the basement? Yeah, I turned it on. Yeah, I turned it on. Try our luck. Cold breath. It's the first time we've seen cold breath. Called basement. I know. I should have just gone to the basement in the first place. Hey, Johnny, welcome in. Fit hunt stairs. also play fast. Nice. Breath? Yeah, we have breath. Another whisper. Level am I? I think level 50. Hasn't tried to hunt again. No, it hasn't. Some shady shit. If it is a shade, it has hunted all over this map. But look, I mean, what time are we at right now? We have to be past the hunt timer like crazy. And we have 0 sanity, so it doesn't matter if the light's on or not. American hunt. I'm gonna leave. Like as in the basement. See what happens. Is this piece of crap a shade? You son of a bitch. Mimic, we don't have orbs. I mean, based on the evidence that we have right now, I feel like I have to go. I feel like I gotta go shade. Yeah. The time that it hunted near us, I don't think I was in the same room as it. I think I was in the dining room and it was in the kitchen. And waiting so long, I've got to go shade. I've got to go shade. If it's not a shade, then, well, it's busted and I quit. There's the fog on the outside. I see no orbs. Kept. Let's go for it. Stats. Yeah, we can check real quick. Check real quick. Let's see. Come on.
Welcome back.
Bazinga!
Job's ready for you.
Shade. Yes, sir. Holy shit. 3 events, 20 hunts, changed favorite rooms 8 times. Look at all those interactions. Yeah, hunted 20 times. Yeah. But I mean, we had 0 sanity. So to be fair to the ghost. To be fair to the ghost. Super speedy runs. Just shut your lips. Shut your lips. All right. YouTubes, thank you guys so much, man. We're going to cut it there because, well, I need to watch my time. So thank you guys. Ticky Tax. Much love, friends. The next time I'm going to be live, guys. Again, the next time I'm going to be live is going to be on Friday. So a week from now, because I'm going away with wifey for a little bit. So yeah. Ticky Tack, thank you guys so much for everything, friends. Let's go find someone to raid, though. Let's go find someone to raid, though. Quickly. Boop, beep, boop, 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 boop. And when I say find someone to raid, I mean, I kind of know what's going to happen here. But yeah, wife and I are going away for a couple days. It's her best friend's birthday, so we're going to go with them for a few days. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you so freaking much. Let's go raid. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's like a mini vacation. Yeah, it's for just a few days, just a couple days. There's like a bug in here. Get out. But yeah. All right. Vertex, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you, friend. And the sub goal will still stand for the month. If we do reach it, then we will dress up in a shark cosplay. It's going to happen if we reach it. Just fun fact, it is there. But the reason we're rushing the raid out is because, well, my internet's probably going to cut out at midnight. So I'm going to try to hurry this up because they're working on it for some freaking reason. So if you are not subbed, there's a raid command for you. If you are subbed, there you go. Creepy little tier 3s. That's for you. Guys, so we have a brand new member of Midnight Society. And, well, I think it is only appropriate if we go say hi. So we were streaming at the time of Mr. Sir Glacius's announcement. So let us go congratulate him now. Glay is freaking awesome. We love Glay to death. He is an amazing content creator, super funny, posts content all over the place. He's currently playing Lethal Company and he has crowd control on. So redeem your free points, use them on him. Okay. But thank you guys again. I will be back. My next stream will be on Friday. So 1 week from now. Safe travels. Thank you, friends. The Discord is there. Rest of the socials are there. Okay. They are all there at the ready. Yo, Daddy Wax, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you. How do you raid? You have to do nothing. You just hang out in the chat and we will take you over. Yes, I'll be in Discord randomly though. So it's not like I'm just going to disappear or anything like that. So I will be around. Okay. But all right, let's go say hi to Glay. I appreciate you, friends. Much love. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for the raid. The raids. Oh my God. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the bits. You guys are amazing. Thank you for sticking with me. Have romantic. Oh, I will. Hi, Hattie. All right, friends. Let's go say hi to Glay. Much love. Bye.